Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Almost said live stream. Today is Friday, February 8th. There must have been some slight delay in games coming out this week because we got a ton of news. And we're also in the middle of the Lunar New Year celebration for Hearthstone, so we're getting really easy, really good daily quests. Nothing here implies to me if I was to re-roll that I would get anything above 100 gold and 100 dust, so it would be kind of silly to do that. The 60 gold and 60 dust, however, if I had one of those, I would re-roll. As far as Tavern Brawl, we're done, which then I think just puts us trying to win ranked victories. And so let's go to Zoo Warlock and just play. That was our #1 winning game, and it is also the last game. I think there's still quite a few that do not have 500 wins. In fact, only one of them does. The Paladin has 500 wins, but this one's not at level 60. And that's why I was playing Warlock too. Everything else is at level 60, which means I've put in enough time that I've started to max out everything. In fact, I looked at it, and it apparently, according to the card backs, there's only like 3 months in which I played Hearthstone. I didn't play Hearthstone when it first came out. So I must have really been in pretty early, but not that early. I don't think I was in during the beta, and so maybe the beta just didn't give card backs, or maybe there was an entire year when they didn't give card backs. That could also be a case. And certainly I haven't spent a lot of money. I've spent a tiny amount, maybe $5–10 on my main account, and that certainly has put us still at a disadvantage compared to a lot of other people. And this viral card back is not going to be avoidable, really. You're just going to run into it. Why do you call? Apparently on mobile, a card back that you got a long time ago from watching something on Twitch and spending actual money to cheer the esports Hearthstone players during that Twitch gave you like a cheer card back. Apparently that was crashing mobile players game, and you had to go on the PC, change the card back to something else, and then you can play on mobile again, which is pretty ridiculous that a card back would crash anything. But also it's kind of ridiculous that there's a card back out there. I thought for a second that it was a secondary card back they were giving, that you had to type like an emoji in the chat, but no, that was not the case. You can't even really type an emoji in the chat. You can do it the old school way and make symbols and try to make a smiley face or something, but like with a colon, parentheses, closing parentheses, you can make a smiley face, but that's all you can really do. Let's see, what do we want to do? Just keep on fighting. It doesn't matter if this guy's silenced or not. So yeah, we have a ton of news, and so we need to go through all of that. I may very well have to play some Hearthstone off screen this weekend, in just concern that we might get a daily quest that gives 100 gold and 100 dust, and if I don't get it now, I may not ever be able to get it. Alright, what do I want to do? This would be 5, this would be 7. Yeah, that works fine. I finished playing 60 seconds. It was a very awkward finish to the series, and that series is not going to go long at all. The thing that was the major problem in there is I could have gone on basically forever playing 60 seconds, but I wasn't enjoying any of it, and I'd seen what felt was more than a reasonable amount of the content. Oh man, I could have won if I had just not played that. Oops. I should have looked at that a little bit closer. Left my options open. So yeah, I finished 60 seconds, and now I'm trying to play the Manhole Masterpiece Edition, the first game made by Cyan, which is such an old game. It's like it needs to be run in Windows XP Service Pack 2, according to the discussions on the forum, and you have to install like a old version of QuickTime. Yep. That's almost as if I was just rubbing it in at that time. And now he's at rank 60. But I got it running, and so I'm gonna try and play that. Again, I'm really just embracing playing whatever I want to play whenever I want to play it. Not really looking at the scheduling or if anything. I probably need to spend an extra day to schedule things and make sure I'm on target for making sure things will air, as I'm only scheduling things for as I'm only scheduling 2 time slots, I'm just getting further and further ahead in the future, which is exactly what I want to do. In fact, I'd like to finish whatever my Halloween month is going to be before I even start to think about maybe scheduling things to make a 3rd time slot before that point.
Why do you call
This and this. Put it in the turn. I'm looking at my Twitter feed right now, and the tweet just happened right now. IGN, a company I don't follow, tweeted out the words "video games," and Twitter Gaming commented in reply to that with the words "love 'em," LOVE''em. Talk about stupid tweets. I mean, seriously, it's one thing for IGN to be stupid and just be like, video games. We need to tweet something out about video games because we haven't tweeted in long enough times. It's another thing for Twitter Gaming to jump on top of that, or for them to have a coordinated intention to send out these tweets. I mean, there's a lot of things you could be talking about in video games. You don't have to make ridiculous generic statements. In fact, there's so much to talk about, let's get to it. Not a lot of information out right now, but apparently the Lego Movie 2 video game has been kind of previewed, and they're adding something a little bit different to that. Because I'm looking at this article from Xbox Achievements. The Lego Movie 2 video game is a Lego game with a difference preview. Let's hit all of this. That's kind of a mistake. I may have to kill this guy. Let's see what this says. When it comes to the LEGO games, they've had a pretty formulaic template for the last few years, pretty much forever. But TT Games has attempted something different with this one. No, really, they have. Gone are the party systems, which you could have multiple LEGO characters follow you about and help you on whatever foe or puzzle you might come across. Now, there have been LEGO games in the past where the party system was replaced with items instead.
As you command.
Go and just silence this. Excuse me. The LEGO Movie 2 video game players can go through the whole game as just one character. Well, that was also true in the LEGO Lord of the Rings games and LEGO Hobbit games. One character of their choice from a list of hundreds, and even though their own, or even just their own custom character, because abilities now work across the board. Don't worry though, drop in, drop out co-op is still in, so you can enjoy the LEGO adventures with your pals. It would better be. That would be pretty bad. In previous games, you'd need specific characters to perform certain tasks to solve puzzles, but in this game, you want to unlock a new building schematic or gadget, you can use it with whichever character you like. When it comes to building something, you need to make sure you've collected the right colored bricks from smashing items around the map, and then you're set. So it's a currency system. It's something that's pretty similar to the popular LEGO Worlds game. Alright. I'm almost gonna have to keep a look here on the time, because I want to kind of just stay on the Americas account and work up ranked for a little bit, even after we do the daily quests. The schematics you're unlocking aren't just for building things like sprinklers or a springboard to progress through the levels, but also include vehicles, entire buildings, and quest-related items too. There's a sandbox mode called Syspocalpster, Syspocalpsester, which lets you build a range of new and exciting things to your heart content. And as you progress through the game, so does the Syspocalpster, growing to become a thriving city full of life. That's an interesting idea. I'll kind of want to see how it's implemented. Let's see. There's actually quite a bit of new content in the LEGO Movie 2 video game, which is a breath of fresh air, especially to players who might have started getting slightly bored with the unusual formula. You can check out some of the new content in the latest preview below, which is a video, so I want to watch this video as a fan of LEGO games. Now, one of the things that I was not super happy with in the LEGO video game 1 was the fact that almost all of the cutscenes were directly copy and pasted cutscenes from the movie, and so you were just jumping into what were effectively very poorly rendering compressed videos, and not the entirety of the movie. At no point could you watch all of the movie, but also you really weren't seeing any content that was new. And I guess maybe that was the case in part of TT Games didn't have faith in the LEGO Movie 1 when they would have had to been developing it before the movie had come out and succeeded. Otherwise, there's really no reason why that should have happened like that. The LEGO Movie, LEGO video game Lego Movie video game 1 should have been one of the best TT games, and it kind of isn't. It's very forgettable. Also, by the time I played that game, I'd already played like dozens and dozens of other Lego games that ran poorly on my PC. I also just found out that if I am going to buy a new video card, and there's almost a slight argument to buying an AMD video card, since AMD video cards are both in the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, and the Switch has a Tegra video card. There's almost an argument that there might be better compatibility for PC games at some point in the future for AMD. That has not been the case at any point in the history that I can recall. It still would be very iffy to do something like that. But there's a slightly bigger reason why something like that would be a potential thing to consider, because OBS just tweeted out that, hey, if you're having trouble recording or streaming while you're playing Apex Legends, try some of these things. And then it says the things that you should do. And then in a replies, they said, well, what if we just had a second video card dedicated to streaming so we can keep the graphics high at the maximum? And they said, no, that specifically won't work, because then that introduces a bunch of other problems. Guess we can do this. Deal 2 damage, and then kill that. Hit this. Wind Fury. And this. Plus 3 attack. Hit that. We're good. Take that. And take that. And hit that. So yeah, I'm watching this video. It's like 12 minutes long, and yeah, it is a currency. I don't know if it's just red, blue, and green bricks that are the different currencies, or if it breaks down into multiple colors. Actually, looking now, it seems like, yes, there are quite a few different colors options. So it might be like 10 different primary colors, because I'm seeing a white and a pink as a color too. All right, you wanna play that way? You wanna play that way? Demon? Have a little pump up demon.
Job's done.
I would also say that you almost certainly would want to watch the Lego Movie 2 before you played the video game. Otherwise, you're going to spoil yourself on the movie. And then that's going to put you in a kind of weird position, because I'm not 100% sure that the game is going to be as good as the movie is. It probably isn't. So, but, you know, nothing here looks bad. There's a mini map for a Lego movie, for a Lego game. That's a little interesting. There's like 3 different currency health bars in the top left, when usually it would just be hearts and the number of studs you'd collected. It seems to me like there isn't a accounting for studs collected, just general studs, that's happening in the middle. Yeah. So I'm also seeing things getting broken that aren't dropping studs like crazy. So yes, you still will pick up studs. That's the second meter in the bar in the top left. But now you're also collecting other kinds of studs. Like, and these schematics look cool. They feel like what they've probably done is taken all of the stuff that was in Lego Worlds and taken the things they liked and put it in this game. And you have a gun that will just build the things that you have schematics for. And like, I'm seeing an example here of somebody building a building, and then as soon as they build the building, they can purchase things from that building. But unlike Lego Worlds, I'm pretty sure what you're building in this Cispockablerberg, whatever it's called, is unique to your game. I think it's not connecting to other people. Looks like the menu has 6 or 7 different worlds you can transport yourself to. Maybe these are open world sandbox sections, or maybe these are levels. It's kind of hard to tell if you're in a level or not in this. Like, I may not actually be seeing any content that took place in an actual level.
Unleash me.
Let's see. This guy keeps stalling. Looking at this video too, it just kind of saddens me and reminds me that, yeah, Lego Dimensions is done. Yeah, here's a cool thing. A Duplo monster just attacked the player character, and they knocked it on its back and had to ground pound it in its stomach while lying on its back. Yeah, I don't see anything bad here. Not a good Lego game at best. I mean, alright, how are we gonna do this? We don't need to silence anybody. We do this. Do this. And didn't do this. If I can just get 2 more damage on him, then I can win with this. But if he keeps taking out all my characters, I wonder if he's trying to play some kind of mechathon over here. Man, boy, do I not have time to watch a 12-minute trailer preview of a Lego game, though. Yeah, I skipped forward. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So, I'm a little bit hyped about that. Not a lot, though. I don't know if I'm really going to spend any more energy playing any more Lego games. I probably will, but I really would like to buy a new video card, and it's really hard to justify saving up all that money. That's the difference between what a Patreon donation could be used for and what a Steam wishlist donation could be used for. If somebody gifts me a gift card on Steam, I can only spend it on games, which is fine. There's still a good decent amount of games I want to buy, but I can't really buy a new video card from that. It's kind of a shame.
Well done.
Man, if I just keep getting the win streak bonus star. Still haven't played that many spells. CD Projekt Red is looking for an illustrator for Gwent. So there's some people out there, the old school fantasy illustrators, drawers, that could probably do that job. It's in Warsaw, Poland, though, so...
Give me strength.
So, yeah. I don't know how many people are willing to relocate to Poland, or are in Poland by default. Let's see, we don't need those. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article. Marvel Strike Force developer Fox Next Games opens up an indie dev fund. There's nothing else to really say there other than, let's see. With an unspecified sum at its disposal, Fox Next Games Indie Fund has already picked up a few projects, including Altered Matters, Etherborn, and some yet unannounced titles.
Almost out of time.
Alright. Let's play this, and this, and this, and then in return. Let's see, Gamma Sutra has another article. American Sign Language emotes have been added to Star Citizen. That sounds like a great way to accidentally say something offensive to people. But it also seems like an interesting idea for people who might be hard of hearing, I guess. But there's definitely some weirdness there. Because what you're doing in that instance is having people sign with sign language in a situation where you're 100% guaranteed better off just subtitling it, or what is it? Closed captioning it. I think closed captioning is actually the one for people who are completely deaf. I saw somebody explain the difference once, and then I forgot immediately what they said. So it would be so much easier in Star Citizen to have closed captions and subtitles and have both those options than it is to animate people to do sign language in emotes. I mean, it's really, really silly an idea. If you were going to integrate it into your storyline and you were going to have a deaf character, okay, and then you had already animated people capable of signing that makes sense. Star Citizen is a space flying around a game, so maybe you're going to run into aliens, and sign language is how that you communicate with the language. There's a quote here: "I'm really happy for the community to have this opportunity to be able to roleplay and express themselves in a way that they see fit." It's almost as if, and I don't know if this is true, but that seems really odd. It's almost as if deaf people are saying that we are happy that we have sign language and have to use sign language, and it's a part of our identity and our identifies us, which is not in general what I've heard for people who need to use sign language. They find it embarrassing, that they have to live with it, and that they're usually good-natured about it. But like, if given the chance to get hearing aids or something else and just live life as most people live their lives without having to go through sign language, they would almost certainly choose that immediately.
Your soul shall be mine.
It's like if somebody was missing a leg and they were saying they're happy that they have a prosthetic leg, and that's become a part of their identity, and that they would always choose to have that prosthetic leg over, say, some miracle pill that would grow back or grow a replacement appendage. Yeah, it probably, in a small way, and this is just general speculation, is some weird, like, SJW disability acceptance way of thinking. Where they want to put everything that is not normal and say, oh, it is normal, everything's normal. It's like, no, it's not normal to be deaf, it's not normal to be missing a leg. And anybody that really is deaf or missing a leg will tell you that. Moving on, because certainly don't have time to get into any kind of rants. Gamasutra has a blog, I think, here. How devs designed the LEGO games to appeal to all ages. There's a paragraph here appealing to fans with in-jokes. The golden rule. The game's art direction is key factor. Introducing new challenges or distractions. They're really good about that. For the most part, focus testing and play testing. The main thing that is wrong with LEGO games is they just don't run on PC well. So while they may appeal to all ages, they certainly don't appeal to people who are playing on PC. Alright, do we want to kill this guy?
As you command.
Gamasutra has another article. Former wargaming execs establish a new studio called Ganymede Games, Ganymede. I don't know. I feel like I've heard of Ganymede. It's like it sounds like a Doctor Who world, but it doesn't immediately sound familiar or come to mind what it would be from. Let's see. Let's see. Help. So yeah, former wargaming execs Lynn Stetson and Jerry Prochaska has formed a new game studio with the help of veterans from Riot Games, id Software, and Blizzard Entertainment. Well, I could see why people would be leaving Blizzard. I could probably see reason why, if I think about it, why people are leaving Riot. And as far as id that's Bethesda. Yeah. But also that could be 3 different people or fewer. That's always the problem when they phrase it that way. Is that you never really get a true count.
Free me.
Not yet. Let's hold on to that till last. Let's see. Kristen's Ganymede Games. The new opening is based in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Interesting to be in New Mexico. I think Las Cruces might be close to the border to California. If I'm thinking right about geography at all. And it will... Oh, I see. It will use the state's refundable film production tax credit to reclaim about 25% of its production expenses. So this is kind of a tax reason why they're in that area. Okay. Let's pump this up and keep playing. In the turn. Let's see. As reported by Variety, the tax will help facilitate the creation of major movies like No Country for Old Men and The Avengers. So The Avengers and No Country for Old Men also use that tax credit, but this is the first time a game studio will reap the benefits. They're also hoping to tap the local talent pool and will build out Ganymede's infrastructure and headquarters with an investment worth over $1.3 million. If they're really just starting a business in a specific place because they are looking for a tax credit, that means they really don't have any interest in
your magic shall not save
in staying there for the long haul. this is the kind of business that from day one you can make some pretty nasty assumptions that they would be more than willing to fire everybody at that office and shift all of their assets to a shell corporation and move any further work to, say, to Mexico or China or Korea or India or something. Like, if your number one thought is a tax credit, even if it is a really good 25% tax credit, that there's no loyalty there. It just never will happen. Right. So if I do this, I discard this. If I do this, I discard something else. So which is more important to play? That is, I suppose.
Your soul is mine.
There we go. Speaking about what sort of games they hope to create, the duo said they want to build short experiences that offer something new but still pack a punch. Quote, it's a good time to create new experiences because players are asking for that. Quotes, we want to make games that are easy to get into and easy to get out of. We have busy lives, so we want short gaming experiences while still having lots of fun. That sounds like mobile games to me. So he healed himself back up to 30. Game of Citra has another article. 3DS sales have slowed, but Nintendo still sees a market for its long-running handheld. Not really. I mean, if the rumors are true about a smaller Nintendo Switch coming out relatively soon, that's gonna be the nail in the coffin for 3DS. And yeah, that totally makes sense too. It's like, what does the 3DS have to offer compared to a smaller, more mobile version of the Switch? All it has is the dual screens, which were always a nightmare and silly to program for and barely used. The 3DS has a thumb pad instead of the D-pad that's barely adopted. And that's kind of it. 3DS is cheaper. So with a smaller, more portable, and cheaper Switch coming out, that's the end of that. Of course, Nintendo's not going to say that until they've sold every single 3DS they have sitting in their storehouse. So, of course, they're going to say that they still see a future in it. Also, there's plenty of other third-party developers who are still probably working on a few games for the 3DS, although not too many. Like, unlike the Vita, I doubt we'll have a very long period of time in which third-party developers are still making games for the 3DS. And that'll just have to do with the adoption rate and the longevity of the 3DS in Japan compared to the Vita. Is there anything else in this article worth mentioning? Yeah, they throw out some numbers. It's a little inside baseball as far as how many have been sold. The final paragraph here says, this comes after Nintendo slightly lowered the full-year Switch sales expectations from 20 million to 17 million. While the systems have been selling well, Nintendo leadership believes a failure of properly conveying the appeal of the Switch has lowered the forecast, and we have some other stories I think we'll run into where we hear that statement again. Moving on to the next story for now, Gamasutra has an article. Apex Legends crossed 1 million concurrent players in under 72 hours. Apparently, Microsoft made like a racing game called Apex for the 360, and that in part probably forced Apex Legends to be called Apex Legends, although it's a real bad name, and it is probably a statement
We have many
that Titanfall is not getting a Titanfall 3, because you could have called this Titanfall Legends easily. Like, it would have been so easy to do that, and yet that didn't happen. Alright, what do we want to do first? Just make sure there's no booby trap there. There we go. The thing about Apex Legends though is it was never a game for me. I don't play Battle Royale multiplayer games, so I'm out of my league to really say too much about it. But I wouldn't be surprised from just my outside perspective if this is a bit of a flash in the pan, and as soon as the next big game comes out, people forget about it. It also feels like Apex Legends was put out specifically to help EA's bottom line, and it has succeeded at doing that. We have another article talking about that later. Because EA was losing money because of their quarterly report. It would be suspicious, though, to say, to think that they were sitting on a good game for an extremely long amount of time just in case. So this probably is a pretty good example of very helpful timing on the part of scheduling your release. It would certainly explain why there was no real evident announcements or promotion for Apex Legends. As if they were trying to rush it out as fast as possible. Next we have an article from TechRaptor. Here are the winners of the Steam Awards 2018. I saw this also on the Steam blog. I haven't looked at it yet though. I don't even remember who I nominated. I thought for a second of maybe doing a video around it, but I don't really care enough, and I don't think there's a real reason to do it. Let's see. I mean, there might be a thought there, but I don't know. I don't know if any of these games, the winners, are going to, by the way, get any kind of discount or be promoted in any way. I mean, certainly they'll get their award a year later, probably, but that's it. So, Game of the Year, the winner was PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, okay, and then the other nominees were Monster Hunter World, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Hitman 2, and Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm fairly certain that all of the games that made it to the nomination level were pretty obvious games that were going to make it to the nomination level. And when I got from the point of being able to nominate to voting, I just voted on things that I thought would win or should win, in some kind of silly thought that perhaps maybe if you voted for a winner you might get a discount or something for these games, or I don't know, some kind of badge or something. VR Game of the Year, the winner is The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim VR. Other options were VR Chat, Beat Saber, Fallout 4 VR, and Super Hot VR. Let's see. Let's go ahead and silence this.
Your magic shall not save you.
hit this and take the health, I guess. And then hit that. We have a labor of love. A labor of love category. The winner is GTA 5, with other nominees being No Man's Sky, Path of Exile, Dota 2, or Stardew Valley. And then there's the Best Developers field, with CD Projekt Red being claimed as the best one, which, I mean, all that seems really, really silly to say who's the best developer. That's something that could only really be properly voted on by somebody who would work for those developers, and that would be almost impossible because you'd have to work for almost all of them, or at least work for one of them. But they gave CD Projekt Red. The other options were Ubisoft, haha, Bethesda, not really, Rockstar Games, not really, Digital Extremes, Square Enix, haha, Capcom, probably not, Paradox Interactive, Bandai Namco, probably not, and Clay. That was a very stupidly thought of category to start with. Let's see. They had a category for Best Environment. Witcher 3 got it. Other options were, other nominees were Subnautica, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Far Cry 5, and Dark Souls 3. For the category of Better with Friends, Rainbow Six Siege got it, with other nominees being Payday 2, Dead by Daylight, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and Overcooked 2. This guy is getting more health somehow. Next category is Best Alternate History. Assassin's Creed Odyssey won it, with other nominees being Wolfenstein 2, Hearts of Iron 4, Civilization 6, and Fallout 4. And then the next category is Most Fun with the Machine, where Rocket League won, with other nominees being Euro Truck Simulator 2, Nier Automata, Factorio, and Space Engineers. And let's just scroll back here again and look at every single nominee. You have Nier Automata, Dark Souls 3. There are some developers that are Japanese developers that didn't win. And yeah, that's it. Monster Hunter World, yeah, that also for Game of the Year. So still a pretty considerably lacking amount of Japanese games listed there. Maybe that was fair. I would really have to go through a list of every game that came out in 2018 to see if when you take out Monster Hunter and Nier Automata, maybe there really weren't any good Japanese games that came out last year, but I think that's probably not true. I think Dragon Quest came out last year, and there's definitely more games that should have been considered if these categories were a little bit better developed. All these categories are kind of dumb. Like, it should just be some basic, what's the best action game, what's the best adventure game, what's the best fighting game, what's the best visual novel, so that there's a level of fairness there. But then again, I guess all of this is in English, and maybe a lot of Japanese people don't even play on Steam, so that might be a factor too. See, we gotta play a lot of spells, so let's switch over to Spell Hunter. Also, we're kind of losing at rank 18. But this also is a sampling of people who play on Steam, unless they broke up. I mean, this is worldwide as far as I can tell. So maybe that's right. My criticism is in the categories as to who won. That was a popular vote, although the categories skewed who was going to win anyways, and some of these categories make no sense at all. Some of these, some of the things that made it to the nominations also probably didn't deserve to be there, and the nominations I do not believe were a popular vote, or at least they weren't completely a popular vote. So the for the 5 games that were able to be in the running for Game of the Year, that might have been Steam in the background, the Valve in the background going, we're gonna give it to, we're gonna only let PUBG, Monster Hunter World, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Hitman 2, and Assassin's Creed Odyssey win there. Not that there would really be a big difference if it was a popular vote or if it wasn't, because most people still wouldn't find some obscure indie title and try to make it Game of the Year. Even if there was a huge meme going on during the time, it still wouldn't be enough votes to skew the results.
What fools these mortals be!
Now, so far we haven't looked at any games on Steam, but there actually are quite a few. So we're gonna change that right now. So we have a game on Steam called Void Ship: The Long Journey. Looks like it's a flying around, shooting things asteroid clone with RPG elements and a little bit better animation than what we normally see. This looks more like a 4X game than just a fly around asteroids game. So yeah, it's $11.19 discounted. I want to see some things here. I want to see if I can find a game with Metacritic on it or OpenCritic review, but I guess none of the new games would have that, so I'll have to look at something that's been out for a while. I'd have to find. I want to see something that has loot boxes that has an OpenCritic review and see if that works with my plugin to highlight that as something that I wouldn't want to deal with. Okay, tracking. I'll take this.
Get down! Foolish!
I did that wrong. Well, that cost me 1 damage. Let me look at this game first, because it's tagged with sexual content. I have no idea what this is, but it looks fun to mention. So we've got this game on Steam called Self-Reliance, and then a bunch of Asian characters. It looks like it might be a Chinese full motion video. Best I can guess is that this is gonna have something to do with becoming pregnant and a single mother from all of this symbols. It's free and it's English and simple Chinese. It is a sex education game. The player will grow up the game's characters together, where they will have a choice and the player's decision can shift the game. Yeah, the last thing I would want to do is trust a sex education to a cheap Chinese game, or a Chinese endorsed game at all. That sounds like that is just destined to be rife with misinformation or poor information. Let's see. Yeah, you don't get a country with as many people as China has with it, well, also having good sex education going on. That may be a little bit more of a joke than a serious statement, but yeah, you just don't get that level of overpopulation just by accident. So yeah, that's not making it to the fall list. Gamasutra has an article. Ex-Telltale developers form Ad Hoc Studio and set sights on narrative-focused games. So Ad Hoc Studios is probably going to just be Telltale version 2.0. For developers that departed Telltale games in the years leading up to the company's turbulent end have rejoined forces, this time to freshly founded indie game developer Ad Hoc Studio. This will be an interesting experiment because this will, because there were stories that it was the newest last boss of Telltale that basically drove it into the ground, and there were stories that it was the second to last boss of Telltale that drove it into the ground. So if either one of those are true, these 4 developers, who I assume do not include either one of those bosses, will succeed just fine. If that is not the full truth, then this will fail. And it honestly has a good chance to fail anyways, because Telltale games were kind of played out after the Walking Dead series. Like, they could have really should have limited themselves down to, we're going to do the Walking Dead series in this format, and then we're going to do something completely different. Just do an old school point and click adventure game for some of the other games we make. Like, I could see The Walking Dead and The Wolf Among Us using that format, but trying something different when they had licenses for Game of Thrones, for instance. Yeah, the Game of Thrones game in particular should have been a much bigger success than it was. Let's go ahead and play this. The team is made up, the 4 people that are making up Ad Hoc Studio are Michael Chung, Nick Herman, Dennis Lennart, and Perry Choret, and it aims to use the small studio size to explore its interests and risky ideas that they say would typically be difficult to pitch and develop with a larger team. Well, from the perspective of Telltale, there was nothing getting pitched and developed there at that game. Like, after The Walking Dead happened, and even before The Walking Dead, like, after they had the license for Jurassic Park and Back to the Future, there was no new intellectual property game that came out. It was all licensed games, which was a terrible business plan, because it means that they would never have owned anything, and they never did own anything.
Job done.
So, yeah. What very possibly will happen in the future is all the licenses will expire for Telltale games, even if they are still available to be purchased, and they'll just not be available right. Even if they're still available to be purchased right now, the licenses might expire in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, and nobody's going to spend the time to renegotiate that. This is a dangerous way to start a business too, because you have 4 people in charge already, which means that this will inevitably split up into fewer people. It's just gonna happen. Like, one person needs to be in charge to make a decision. At the very worst case scenario, it should be 3 or 5 people. That way there's at least somebody that can always break a tie. You're gonna, if this truly is gonna become this democratic company, people are gonna deadlock all the time. Let's see. Let's see, there's a quote here. We like the idea that it was just the four of us. We'd be able to more confidently wade into unfamiliar water.
Look how it burns!
Yeah, that's kind of it. So far, the studio hasn't announced any projects or partnerships, but conversations from the full interview outline how the team wants to create an interactive experiences, potentially even full motion video games that appeal to a similar audience as Bandersnatch, Netflix game. Quote, making interactive experiences with real actors on the screen is something we've always talked about. We all have backgrounds and interest in film and television, so combining that with our experience in games is something we're exploring right now. Yeah, it kind of feels like Ad Hoc Studios is almost certainly doomed to failure from day one. It's just kind of an idea. We didn't have anything better to do. So we wanted to make our resume say we were still employed somewhere, so we're gonna do that. And I guess this is better than all four of them forming individual indie companies. And 4 people with a lot of experience could easily expand to a 100-person team pretty easily. They have the connections, and in the video game world, having connections and cronyism is the name of the game. So they know who to call to hire if they need something done. Right. Nope. 2-1. This is still that. That's the worst thing I could have done, but whatever. GameIndustry.biz, this is kind of a follow-up story to a story we said earlier. EA stocks bounce back in the wake of Apex Legends success. After an 18% drop following Q3 financials, the company is now trading higher before the dip. So, honestly, if you had shorted the stock of EA, if you had some general idea or insider knowledge, which would be insider trading and illegal, but if you had some general idea that EA stocks Q3 financials were going to be low, and you just picked a number at random and said, I want to short EA stock right now, the day before they release their information, by 10%, just at random, you would well, make probably quite a lot of money, because then you could buy back. Shorting stock is you're taking a incredibly short-term loan. It should be illegal, quite frankly, but you're taking this short-term loan to bet that a stock will go down lower in price, and so you're taking a loan to sell all the stock you have right now and buy the same amount of stock shares at a lower price within a very short amount of time. So if the stock shares were selling for, say, $100 a share and it went down 10%, then they would be selling for $90 a share. You buy them back for $90 a share. You've made $10 profit for every share you did that on. But of course, you would have to be rich and have shares in EA in the first place, which, as a long-term investment goal, investing in a video game company is a terrible idea. And let's face it, Q4 sales for EA probably won't be any better because Apex Legends is free to play, and even if it does bring in some microtransactions money, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a still significant loss, unless EA has something else under that sold well. Let's see. We have Martin on the chat. Hi, do you know the game Heroes 3? If you mean Heroes of Might and Magic 3, yes, I played it a lot when it first came out, and it is really, really slow. It's a pretty great game, or it was when it came out at least, but certainly not something I would spend too much time covering. If I had it on Steam, I'm not even sure it's available on Steam. I may already own it, but it's really is one of those games where even if I was to play the tutorial mode and show it off, it would be so slow. If there's another game called Heroes 3 though, I have no idea. Like there probably are 2 or 3 other games called Heroes that you could be talking about. Yeah. Right.
I hunt alone.
Oh man, why am I doing that?
Well played.
I don't know. Let's see. Is this something that you need to talk about? No, this article is just talking about a Kickstarter game, and I don't believe in hyping up my fans on Kickstarter games and getting hyped on games that very possibly will never get made. Right. So next story then is the Gamma Sutra story. Let's see. What do we want to do here? 5. Yes. That sucks.
I hunt alone.
Let's see. Martin says, "Oh yes, I love Dungeon."
Behold the tools
Yeah,
of
I talked for this. Okay, I didn't quite understand that, but I think that was a yes. He is talking about Heroes of Might and Magic 3. And maybe he's referencing Dungeons and Dragons. There's never really been a video game Dungeons and Dragons games that has been hugely successful. So that my understanding and knowledge of it ends at that statement. I know Dungeons and Dragons is somewhat popular, is very popular amongst people who play Dungeons and Dragons, but that's pretty much it. I did play Heroes Quest, which I think is very similar to Dungeons and Dragons once, and again, same issue, takes way too much time. It was fun, but it took a lot of setup and a lot of time. People that play video games, or at least I found for myself, and I think this probably applies to a lot of video game players, is we don't want those extremely long experiences that are kind of low in interactions and high in imagination. Like, I'm not to say it cruelly, we want to, if you play video games, you want high amounts of audio and visual stimulation and interactivity, something that you don't get in any other format, really. Whereas Dungeons and Dragons is, you'll get somebody telling you a story in Dungeons and Dragons, and then you have to use your imagination, and visually you're just looking at little plastic pieces and numbers and statistics. It's more of a left brain versus right brain style of gameplay. So yeah, there's just a big difference, I think, in most gamers and people who play Dungeons and Dragons. A lot. Not that there isn't overlap, I just don't think there's a lot of overlap. Which is always weird, because then you see these geek YouTube channels and TV shows and stuff that try to pander to both crowds, and it's like, it's unbelievable to me that somebody is also into video games and spending all their times playing video games, but they're also into into Dungeons and Dragons, but they're also into comic books, but they're also into anime, but they're also into reading manga. It's like, no, you can't have but one master, really. You have your main hobby, and maybe if you're really diverse, you'll have a side hobby, but one is gonna be your favorite. Martin says Dungeon is the town there. Dungeon Town. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about which of the mini castles and Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Yeah, it's been over a decade since I played Heroes of Might and Magic 3. It's kind of a shame that they didn't make any newer ones recently, and the ones after 3 were kind of not as well received. So, like, there was a 4, there was a 5. They went into some weird episodic releases, I think, in either 5 or 6. So there was like 5 different versions of Heroes of Might and Magic 6, and then it kind of just stopped at that. Moving on though, Gamma Sutra has an article, Switch missed hardware target because Nintendo didn't, quote, convey appeal of the system. Nintendo believes the inability to sell consumers on the appeal of the Switch hardware and software prevented the console from meeting sales expectations. They expected 20 million units by the end of fiscal year March 31st, 2019, but they recently lowered the forecast to 17 million units. The economy hasn't been too great either, so I could see people, at least in the United States, not spending money on their kids. But also, it's really, really believable that people would not be willing to spend the $350+ for the Switch on their kids regardless. It's just too high of a price point. You can sell teenagers on that and college kids and people in their 20s on spending that much for like an Xbox and a PlayStation. Just gonna play that. Draw 5 different secrets from your deck. Do I want to play protectively or aggressively? Let's just play aggressively. Although the company still did manage to grow year over year in hardware sales, the article continues. There's a quote here. Additionally, while we expected the releasing titles during the holiday system would increase sales, the year-on-year sales increase during the first half of the fiscal year, April to September, turned out to not be big enough. So it's almost a admission that the games that came out were not system sellers, which sounds pretty believable. Let's see, take another explosive trap. And go. Moving into the next fiscal year, Furukawa, the president of Nintendo, I believe, wants to see Nintendo increase both Switch hardware and software sales by, quote, enriching its game roster and better marketing of the device. So yeah, Nintendo not happy with its not meeting its goals, but Nintendo has like 100 years of cash to sit on, so they can have a bad year, no problem there for them. And I believe this is Furukawa's kind of first year on the job, as I believe he is the first not Nintendo Dynasty president. Let me phrase that better. Up until this point, everybody who was president of Nintendo was related to the original founder of Nintendo of Japan, and he isn't. Although some of that might be kind of fishy too, because there's some weirdness on how things are done in Japan like that, where grown men will adopt other grown men as their sons just so they can say it's still a family business. Like a 70-year-old will adopt a 50-year-old and say, "You're my son now." Did we play enough spell cards? Well, I think 18, rank 18 is good enough for now. We still have plenty of days to try and push that up higher. And that took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to, so let's move over to the... Oh man, Battle.net's gonna have to reload. So yeah. Let's move on to the European account now. Meanwhile, TechRaptor has an article, Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown review. I want to skip down here and see what they say. Ace Combat 7 is getting more reviews than I think it would have in previous years. Like, this legitimately is the first time I've ever even heard of Ace Combat. So, there's been 6 games before that point, and nothing has been mentioned. TechRaptor gave it an 8.5 great. The summary is Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown has a few annoying elements, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it's exactly what the series needed for a great comeback. Pros are phenomenal gameplay, fantastic weather system, great boss fights, wonderful soundtracks, and a good use of PlayStation VR. Cons are an iffy story, kind of anime story, terrible checkpoints, a few boring missions, and forgettable multiplayer, but it's still got an 8.5, which is a very high score. Speaking of high scores, I guess it's still worth it to roll this. Yeah. So spells and turns. And over on this is already done. So we're just gonna play ranked. And I guess we'll stay with Tempo Mage here and try to get up in ranked. Yeah, Ace Combat 7 I believe is on Steam, so I could think about playing it. It would be an interesting start to maybe learning to love flying simulator games, dogfighting flying simulator games in particular. I have a couple old ones that I've played, but nothing that's actually been interesting or good. In fact, speaking of a flying simulator racing game, in this case we have Infinite Skyline that came out on Steam, which says it's a simulation racing game. This looks a little bit cut and pasty on the buildings, but it does kind of look like a layout of, I believe this is New York if I was to guess, or a randomly generated area. I don't think I'd like this though. As I'm watching the video and watching people fly all around upside down and such, there's some weirdness with the plane being a third person perspective and it kind of staying stationary in the middle of the screen and the rest of the world moving, particularly when you get the camera goes upside down. Yeah, this is not, I think, something I would want to spend effort on. Infinite Skyline is discounted for $5.94, and yeah, that would be a bad entry, I think. If I'm gonna play a flying around game, Ace Combat's at the top of the list, Infinite Skyline is at the middle of the list. It'd be like, this is mediocre at best. Alright. Well, let's end the turn there. Gamasutra has an article, Get a Job. Wizards of the Coast is looking for a senior software engineer. Which, that implies that Wizards of the Coast needs a software engineer to help Magic the Gathering Arena become a better game, or help their next game that they're developing to replace Magic the Gathering Arena be a better game. Wizard of the Coast is now owned by Hasbro, I believe. Yeah, it even says that in the description. So I can't imagine that they have much of anything else that they're developing the game for. Although I think Wizards of the Coast also does do the Pokemon trading card game. They probably wouldn't do a video game version of that. Game Freak would. If you want this job, it is in Renton, Washington. I'm not sure I particularly want to work for Wizards of the Coast, though. They don't strike me as probably the smartest group of people. And I'm just trying to do everything possible to stay alive here. Next we have a game on Steam called Commerçant. It says, this game will teach you how to think positively. This looks to me like this is probably just a low effort kind of joke game, troll game. Yeah, the graphics are not visually very interesting, and yeah, I don't see anything here that would sell me on it. It's early access for no reason. It's discounted to $4.24, which is an odd price. English, Russian languages. Yep. Yeah, it sounds like a Russian troll game to me.
I wonder.
Starlight.
And do that.
Feeble
Do that. Gamasutra has an article. The EA CEO claims poor marketing, delays, and Battle Royale woes hurt Battlefield 5, which is a better way to phrase it than what I had heard before this point, because in previous ones it was just blaming. I've seen articles saying, well, he was just blaming the fact that the single player was bad, or the fact that they had to put single player in it at all. He was blaming the single player somehow in Battlefield 5, which I imagine the single player isn't great in Battlefield 5, but I don't think it's probably the problem. They've been actively trying to excise single player in games like Battlefield for a while now, and that's certainly the point where I lose interest, but then I was never really a fan of the Call of Duty or Battlefield games in the first place, so I'm not the target audience. Alright, I think we've got a victory next turn. Let's see. Is there anything in this article more to take from this? The World War II shooter sold 7.3 million units during quarter 3, around 1 million less than they initially anticipated. That's doesn't feel like that's a small number, though. Like 7.3 million is a big number. They're just asking for too much. EA standards are too high, and that's the problem with all publicly owned companies, is that the demands for more and more profit never stop. Let's see. Speaking during a recent earnings call, he also claimed the decision to prioritize a single-player campaign over Battle Royale mode, which will eventually launch in March 2019, 4 months after Battlefield 4 first hit shelves, also hurt sales. So this is almost a stupidly easy claim to prove or disprove. All we have to do is wait till March and see if the Battle Royale mode that comes out for Battlefield 5 makes them 100 million more sales. Or, no, not 100 million, 1 million more sales. So, from this point, from the release of Battlefield 5 to the end of quarter 3, take that same amount of time, and then give that same amount of time when the Battle Royale comes out, and see if a million sales happen. And the answer will almost certainly be no. And honestly, if Battlefield 5 did have Battle Royale, it might have helped a little, but I don't really know if it would. There's a quote here: "If I think about Battlefield 5 more holistically, I think we did not do a great job of building momentum early in the project," he commented. Which is to say, I wouldn't have made all that bad press about it and put a cybernetic female commando on the front of the box. Yeah, for all his talk about that, he's not doubling down on any of that virtue signaling now that the game has failed to sell. Here's a quote: "And I think it's not just about the context of development, but I think about this in the context of a broader execution against the entire campaign. Our launch didn't resonate as strongly as we would have liked it to with players, and we were never truly able to catch up." So he's just admitting that the promotion of the game, the way they chose to promote it, was not good. This is a example of the get woke go broke slogan meme.
We have many secrets.
He suggested the game stalled while competitors like Call of Duty and Red Dead Redemption 2 and Fortnite continued to gain momentum, leaving Battlefield fighting an uphill battle when it eventually landed on shelves. Quote, "I think we made the right decision to move the title in service of quality of the game, and on balance, those who bought the game really enjoyed it, and the game was better for that move." And then there's another quote: "But the combination of poor start in our marketing campaign together with what I think was a longer development cycle that put us into a more competitive window." So there's a bit there where he's blaming the people developing the game for not developing the game fast enough, which is probably an indication he's going to try and lay off the team that developed Battlefield 5. And what does that leave you for Battlefield 6? Probably will take a little bit longer to come out. Maybe it will be developed by a completely different team. Maybe it won't come out at all. I doubt it's gonna try and rush out the door and turn out to be way better than Battlefield 5 it was. Moving on, Gamasutra has another article, an obituary notice. Renowned Atari ST programmer Steve Bach, B-A-K, has passed away. I guess we can do a web peek here so you can see Steve Bach there. Let's see. He worked on titles including Star Ray, Gold Runner, Spitting Image. Of course, he's an Atari programmer, so if you didn't play any Atari games, then you probably have no idea who he is, and that includes me. Like, not a clue. Never heard of him, but he probably was very influential to the first generation of video game development. Like, Bach once, the article continues, Bach rose to prominence during the 80s after accomplishing breakthrough feats on the Atari ST. The most notable which came when he proved smooth scrolling was possible on the console with the creation of the vertical shooter Gold Runner. He also teamed up with Chris Sorrell to create James Pond for Millennium, which went on to spawn a successful franchise, the James Pond franchise. I've heard of it. I'm not sure I've actually played any of them. Let's see, Bach had been living with diabetes in recent years, and his son Philip broke the news of his passing on Twitter. There's a quote here from his son. Let's see, nothing video game related on there, it's just a touching sentiment. Let's see if there's anything more video game related in all of this. Nope. Nope. There's about 3 paragraphs here that would just be sad to read out loud. We're gonna continue to see first generation developers die, and we're probably not too close to starting to see more second generation video game programmers pass too.
I wonder.
I want to do this and this, and I want to do this. And I'm going to do that. Gamasutra has another article. Zynga's mobile games generates a record 228 million revenue last quarter. So Zynga, let's see, what does Zynga do? Is that they make mobile games, but I'm trying to remember which ones. Like Worlds of Friends, Merge Dragons, Worlds of Candy, Wonka's World of Candy. So yeah, there are some top tier mobile game developers out there that make a lot of money. But then I think 99.9% of every other mobile developer doesn't make a dime, or they're barely making pennies on ads. Gamasutra has a blog here, an improved way of grabbing objects in VR with Unity 3D. This is a programming blog though, so it really wouldn't be too interesting to read unless you're into programming, so I'll just mention the title and move on. Let's see. Should have done that first. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Gaming business bolsters Bandai Namco's Q3 profits. This might be the only story we have of a company that actually made profits for Q3. Yeah, I'm not sure any other big name developer made profits. And Bandai Namco does other things that make video games. Notably, they make anime at the very least, and they probably do a bunch of other things in Japan, running arcade things. Or I wouldn't be surprised if that's what if they run arcades. Are we gonna do this? We can take out this, and that, and that, and then end a turn and hope that's enough. May not be. That's 9 damage. He only needs to do 3 more damage to me. So the subtitle on this article is Soul Calibur Publisher increases full-year guidance following solid holiday sales in network entertainment segment. Let's see if there's anything else besides Soul Calibur that would have increased their money. The company saw net sales of, we'll translate this to English, 1.77 billion, up from 1.6 billion in the same quarter last year, and a gross profit of 648 million, up from 556 million last year. Could have done more. Let's see. Specifically video games, the company saw 238 million during the quarter, putting it at 599 million for the last 9 months. That's still a bit behind the company's full year forecast of 874 million in home video game sales, though Bandai Namco is likely counting on the upcoming major releases like Ace Combat 7 or Jump Force to push it the rest of the way of its projections. Alright. How are we gonna do this? We've lost. Let's just do this, do this, and do that for good measure. Broken down, Bandai Namco released 68 new titles globally in the past 9 months, not including localized versions, and sold nearly 18 million total units. So Bandai Namco must have released a lot of anime-esque games that nobody really thinks about, and mobile games, I wouldn't be surprised too. Since the start of the year, Bandai Namco has increased its guidance for the full year, now projecting net sales of 6.5 billion and gross profits of 2.3 billion. And network entertainment sales of 3 billion. See, there's probably something rather prophetic and important to take away from the fact that I don't think many people, including myself, would ever say, of all the AAA developers that release games, who would actually make money because everybody else is not going to make money. I would never guess Bandai Namco. So there's always this underlying fan base, particularly of anime. I mean, it's a niche fan base, but it's there. There's an underlying fan base of games out there, certain kinds of games that don't get a lot of promotion, don't get talked about a lot, but they sell, and yet they make money. Meanwhile, the game you would expect to make money, Battlefield 5, didn't make money. Maybe that's because, well, it did make money, but it didn't meet expectations, so maybe that's because expectations are too high, and Bandai Namco just doesn't set its expectations that high, and they just have a better chief financial officer. Or maybe it's because not as many people as you think still are those college Xbox gamer bros that never existed until Microsoft basically invented them with Halo, and then they have now either matured or stopped playing games because they have kids of their own. And so those annual first-person shooters that are nothing but multiplayer experiences don't seem like they really succeed anymore. That might even hurt games like Borderlands 3, which I like Borderlands, certainly, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it doesn't have as much sales as you would think when it comes out, because there'll just be less people wanting to play it in multiplayer mode. Let's see. I don't know if there's a real story here to say, but yeah, we'll talk about it later. But Steam has this video streaming ability where you can buy videos on Steam. Most of the videos were video game related videos anyways, but it seems like they're kind of starting to shut that down and shutter it. That they put out some guidance that Valve has that seems to imply that they're going to take any videos down that aren't directly video game related, which is going to disenfranchise a few small indie people who put their videos on Steam to sell for that 30% cut, compared to putting it somewhere else. Like, there's probably a large collection of other places you could put it on, put your videos and get better sales. Like, put it on YouTube, put it on iTunes, put it on Pornhub even. Would probably be a better move than putting videos on Steam. I would never consider to have a video library, a digital video library on Steam. The selection is just not there. And frankly, it confuses the issue quite a bit when you're trying to search for certain things, because you'll often get these video results if you're searching something more obscure instead of video game results, because they both are in the same search box. So I may talk about that more if there's anything more to say. We've got this game on Steam called Operation Babel New Tokyo Legacy, and then a bunch of Asian characters. It looks like it's mixed. It's from NIS America as the publisher. It looks like it is probably, it says it's a JRPG dungeon crawler. So these are probably cutscenes that were being shown right now. And yeah, the actual game makes it look like a dungeon crawler visual novel style game. It's $14.99 discounted, and English and Japanese. Yep. I don't think that there's anything here that would be particularly interesting. This very possibly is also just a mobile game being ported. I could see a lot of dungeon crawlers in particular getting moved to mobile, even if they are not originally from mobile, just in an effort to
many secrets.
Make more sales and not have to compete with higher quality products, because most dungeon crawler games are low quality products and the developers know it. I don't see anything here that would convince me to want to play this. I'm not sure I'd ever want to play a dungeon crawler, quite frankly. Alright, we got a decent amount of spells. So let's hit this. Hit this. And hit this. And then end of turn. Next we have a game on Steam called VR Sand, which looks like it's just a VR demo of playing with sand physics. It looks very voxel-y and pixel-y. Nothing here looks interesting. Playing any kind of VR game with just like a black background skybox is going to be very annoying quickly. This is $4.99 with no discount. Yeah. Yeah, it almost feels like you're trying to paint in 3D. But honestly, if you're going to make anything in 3D, I don't think VR is the right move. at all for that. Like, alright, look at that, we got a victory. Like, if you're, I think 3D things still are going to be made mostly on 2D screens by real animators, and then maybe you test your 3D objects in VR, but the vast majority of your time I think it's going to be still 2D. I don't think it adds much. We've been making 3D models in software like Blender for years and years, if not a couple decades now. So you don't need a third dimension to make something 3D. In a similar story, I saw a video, somebody promoting a software to turn, kind of quickly convert 2D layered Photoshop images from comic books like Marvel and DC comic books into VR 3D experiences. Basically what it does is it takes each layer and does basically what the Virtual Boy did, making first parallax perspectives. So if you tilt your head to the left, the background layer will move to the left a lot, but the foreground layer will just barely move to the left, or maybe it will move the other direction. And so that makes it feel like there's something sort of like a distance there. It looked kind of interesting when using Marvel and DC images that have thick black outlines around their characters, but it probably would get really frustrating, and I don't think it would add anything to comic books anyway. I think as an outsider who's not really a comic book fan, the thing comic books, in particular DC and Marvel, need to do is have better stories and better animation and just more content in general happen before they throw in gimmicks like 3D. Comic books have almost always been selling themselves on gimmicks, and that has not helped grow their industry. TechRaptor has an article. Take-Two stocks falls despite huge Red Dead Redemption 2 sales. According to its Q3 sales report, Rockstar publisher Take-Two went above and beyond its sales expectations, thanks mainly to Red Dead Redemption 2 sales being extremely high. So even when you meet the expectations, being a publicly traded company is just not healthy for your stock's price. Rockstar's latest sold 23 million copies to retail and was the best-selling game of 2018 despite launching in November. Amazingly, it also achieved a bigger opening weekend in retail regarding any and all entertainment releases, as Red Dead Redemption 2 sales were absolutely insane. So for its quarter ending December 31st, 2018, Take-Two reported $1.57 billion in net bookings, beating its expectations. It's expected 1.40 to 1.45 billion. The number is also up 140% year over year, although what was Rockstar selling last year? Probably nothing. So that's a slightly disingenuous comparison.
I found it first.
Let's see. It also founded 1.248 billion in revenue, with projections of 1.1 to 1.15 billion. So it made more in revenue. Overall, it profited $350 million. While Red Dead Redemption sales were a big push, the game's online feature drove it even further. This article continues. Also, titles like NBA 2K and Civ 6 for the Switch performed very well. However, despite increased profits, Take-Two stock went down 13.83% because investors expected even more. Man, if you're a video game owner, man, if you own any company, go private. Do not go public. Investors are cutthroat lunatics. They don't even know what they're asking for. Let's see. Do this. And do this. And do this. There you go. Is there anything else to say here? Investment predictions. Expected $680 million in profit. Apparently, they just wanted more money. Let's see. Just greedy investors. Just keep on playing. Here, the call to continue this article. The call also revealed an unannounced game will launch in the fiscal year 2020. This could be Borderlands 3, an unannounced BioShock game, or a new IP. It's probably Borderlands 3, but if it is Borderlands 3, that means we're not seeing it in 2019, which I would be surprised. Otherwise, Ancestors, The Humanity Odyssey, and the other worlds are still coming this year, so that they don't... Those two games I haven't even heard of. Ancestors, The Humankind Odyssey, and The Other Worlds. Those are two different names, I assume. And the monthly user active count for GTA Online and Red Dead Online will make them some money. Let's see. There's also a quote here related to the Epic's store and exclusivity that was commented on during this earnings call. Alright, let's play this. And hit that. Quote, from our point of view, we don't see another retailer as disruptive. We want to be where the consumer is, and if there's competitive offering that benefits consumers, generally speaking, if the business model makes sense for us, we will support it. We see competition in the retail side to be a good thing. It just means more distribution. So, okay. But there's a big if there, if it benefits consumers. So far, Epic has really not put anything out that looks like, to me, it benefits consumers. Their offerings have been rather pathetic, and like, honestly, in the past couple of weeks, they've had to tweet out service disruption notices, which I follow Valve, I follow Steam support. I don't see anything on there. Maybe I don't follow Steam support anymore, actually. I don't see any announcement that Steam is down or this part of Steam is not working. So if those things do happen, which they probably do, they're not as frequent as what Epic is running into right now. Suppose it's worth mentioning that during an earnings call, the CEO is talking to people who own shares of the company, and it is possible that some of those shareholders have kids or play the games themselves, so they sometimes, on rare occasions, actually know what's going on, and will ask questions like, would you go into the Epic exclusivity, and what is your plan there? Whereas I imagine a lot of the questions are very basic questions and not really helpful or informatively answered. I bet you get a lot of something akin to a Senate confirmation meeting in the United States where nothing is asked and nothing is said. We already talked about this, but Gamma Sutra has the same article. Marvel Strike Force developer Fox Next Games opens up an indie dev fund. There's really no real details there. And there we got a victory. I think this is probably a good point to take a little bit of a break. I'm just gonna take like a 5-minute break and end this recording. And I got the fuzzy graphics again. Oh man. Man, how do you even fix that? Alright. Well, we're gonna end with the fuzzy graphics. Everything's rendering wrong. So that's gonna be the end for this recording, and then if you're watching this live, this is gonna take a break for just about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and do another episode. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Do not adjust your set. The video is fuzzy. We'll fix that in a second. Today is Friday, February 8th, and we've got quite a lot of news, quite surprisingly for Friday. Let's see, we have to play 3 dragons, which will be an interesting choice because I'm not sure if any of my decks have dragons in them. But if we are gonna do that, let's see what do I think would have dragons in it. Rogue? Let's play Rogue and hop in here. And when we hop into this game, that should fix the glitch of Hearthstone deciding to make everything look fuzzy. There we go. Hearthstone's gotten increasingly more glitchy lately. If you're watching this live, I just came back from a break and ate some fettuccine chicken and let's see, this is not a dragon. This is a dragon. Yeah, broccoli, fettuccine, and Alfredo, which was very good. Liked it very much. But now I do have a little bit of broccoli, I think, stuck at the back of my throat. So. I usually don't take breaks to eat in between a Hearthstone stream, but what can I say? I was too tempted by the smell. It smelled really good too. Alright, let's move forward here. For Friday, which typically you think about Fridays as being the lazy day where nothing happens, it's a little surprising that we've got something to do. I guess I'll play this, but actually I'm gonna wait. So we've got a decent amount of news. I think this is because either Steam decided because of the Lunar New Year to kind of delay games coming out, or the What's on Steam following app decided they didn't want to announce anything, or it messed up. That might have been the case too. Ah! Oops.
Mistakes were made.
Extraordinary.
So yeah, we have a lot. So let's go ahead and start. TechRaptor has an article. Beamdog teams with Skybound to publish Infinity Engine games for consoles. I think we may have already talked about this. But Beamdog, the developer behind enhanced editions of classic RPGs such as Baldur's Gate and Planescape Torment, is teaming up with the publisher Skybound Games to bring classic RPGs to consoles. Classic RPGs on consoles. Probably not best suited for consoles, quite frankly, but it seems like it's doable, particularly when you think that at least the Xbox One has keyboard and mouse support now, and PlayStation 3 could easily add keyboard and mouse support, which makes a lot of old school RPGs a little bit easier to play. It says 6 of Beamdog's fan favorites will be released on console platforms for the first time ever, as all as enhanced editions sold at retail stores and online. The upcoming releases will allow RPGs fans the opportunity to experience epic Dungeons and Dragons adventures in a whole new way. The 6 games in the question include the entirety of the Baldur's Gate franchise, including the recently released Siege of Dragonspear, along with the critically acclaimed Planescape Torment, Neverwinter Nights, and Icewind Dale. Each game, which already has an enhanced edition available on PC platforms, will be made available for consoles starting this year. Now that really isn't a large
Here we go.
collection of games that blow me out of the water, to be fair. To be honest though, like none of those games, they've been on my wish list and I looked at them during the wish list cleanup, but I'm not sure I really would want to play any of them. They all look so old and they really don't have any real relevancy, it feels like, these days. Skybound Games was founded in 2018 by Ian Howe, H-O-W-E. It's a division of Skybound Entertainment. It is the guy who made the Walking Dead comic book series, I believe, and rescued the Telltale Walking Dead game series. Alright, what do we want to do here? And in the turn there. Skybound is currently the owners of the now defunct Telltale game The Walking Dead, which they acquired in October 2018, and has helped the publishing of a number of indie games, including Slime Rancher, which I still haven't gotten around to playing and I would like to, and The Long Dark, which I'm not really interested in, and Death's Gambit, which is another game I might play at some point.
Here we go.
That. I played completely out of order there. Let's see. Fill your hand with copies of this minion. Well, that would only be helpful if I could buff that guy. Whenever this minion takes damage, discard a random card. Alright. Let's take this guy out. No release dates or even consoles have been announced yet, though release dates may be closer to becoming closer to PAX East, says the article. So that's one of those stories that will be interesting to people who are interested in those specific old school RPGs and kind of nobody else. So at the end of the turn, summon 2/3/2 imps. Alright.
Here we go.
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Project Winter. It's a multiplayer casual survivor game. It looks like it's already mixed reviews, so it's probably a free-to-play game. Visually it doesn't look too bad, although these indicator and health bars are slightly boring. Looks like you've got some variety and customization. I'm not really getting what you do in this game though. It seems like you're just surviving in the snow, which is going to eventually give you just this a feeling of seeing a lot of bland blank white space. Early access, $19.99, multiplayer only. So that's not something I would play anyways. It's also full of items you can purchase, which is kind of the new shenanigans that get pulled these days.
Time's up. Let's do this.
I'm gonna lose here. I want to look at the reviews of this to see why people are not liking it, if it's already at mixed reviews. Some negative reviews. I'm seeing things complaining, I think, about ping in Asian languages and Russian. So it seems like it's connection. Network error, cannot enter the game, suggests a fix. So there's like a lot of people that are reviewing it negatively right now because they can't connect to it. Alright, which, I mean, that is an immediate negative review. That has a deserved immediate negative review when you cannot play the game at all that you bought. Let's see. Project Winter, it says, is an 8-person multiplayer game focusing on social deception and survival. Communication and teamwork is essential to the survivor's ultimate goal of escape. Gather resources and repair structures and brave the wilderness together. Okay. So, yeah, I'm watching the video here that's showing the different playable characters stabbing each other in the back, basically. So it's kind of like a Donner Party simulator. Although, maybe you don't end up eating people.
Job's done.
But yeah, if people can't play it, that's a problem. So, and it's a multiplayer game, so I wasn't gonna make it to my wish list anyways. I think we probably already talked about this, but I'll point this story out again. This was a February 7th version of this article on TechRaptor. Pennsylvania representatives resurrect the violent video game tax bill. Originally introduced in October 2018, it was the video game tax bill was previously covered. Ended up dying in committee as the 2018 legislation session came to an end. However, on January 28th, the violent video game tax, officially known as House Bill number 109, that is the same one we'd already talked about, was once again proposed to the General Assembly of Pennsylvania as an amendment that would tax violent video games by an additional 10%. Let's see. What's interesting here is that they're going after violent video games, when in previous parts of the story it seemed like they were going against every video game that was rated mature or adult only, and I thought they were going against that because of the adult only aspect, the sex of it, the sex games in particular, but apparently that's not the case. Let's see, the ESA have a quote here. The U.S. Supreme Court made clear in Brown versus Education Merchants Association and Entertainment Software Association that the video games are entitled to full protection of the Constitution, and that efforts like the Pennsylvania's to single out video games based on their content will be struck down. So you cannot single out them by their content. As I understand it, you could put a 10% tax on all video games, certainly, but you can't virtue signal and say only certain games with certain content. And the same would be true for books or movies. Maybe there's some way around that maybe porn could be taxed, but I don't even think that could be done. Or you could, because then you'd have to just tax all video art and all movies and all TV. Let's see. And there's a quote here from Representative Christopher B. Quinn, Republican, back from 2018, when he first introduced the bill, that I don't think I'm even going to give him the time of day to quote him, quite frankly. But if you want to go to the TechRaptor article and read it yourself, you're more than free to. Because, like, he's just really wasting the people of Pennsylvania's time and money. Like, he should be pushing forward legislation that has a chance of actually standing up to court cases and improving the community in some way.
Truth is my shield.
Let's see. TechRaptor has another article. New World Interactive to open a new studio. The developers of the Insurgency Sandstorm have announced they will be opening a new studio in Calgary, Canada. Is there really anything else to say about this article? No, not really.
I wonder.
Just gonna keep on playing dragons.
Here we go.
And in the turn. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Zynga CEO, it's quote, too early to tell, end quote, if more will follow Epic's anti-App Store stance. Now, in this case, it's not, I think, talking about the Epic Store rejecting, say, mobile games or mobile ports, I suppose, is what they would be potentially rejecting. Like, maybe the Epic Store would do that, maybe it wouldn't. We'll have to wait and see if that ever happens. What they're talking about is Fortnite coming to the Android phones outside of going through Google Play.
This guy's toast.
And instead choosing to simply have people sideload Fortnite. Let's see. So the Zynga CEO Frank Gibeau, Gibeau, says Casual Games Firms has a quote great partnership with both Apple and Google. So yeah. Honestly, really, Fortnite and only Fortnite is the only people that would get away with forcing people to sideload games, and it opens the door to having kids sideload like virus-infected versions of Fortnite, and it's just dangerous. And quite frankly, I just don't think it's a smart move to take Epic's stance to say we can own the vertical monopoly of all the money that comes in from a game, that we can own the money from being the developer and the publisher and the distribution agent and the people who are supporting the back-end servers. It's not good for business to not work with other businesses. It's dangerous in many different ways. Lemon Lover's on the chat. He tweeted a lemon. As is his usual. Let's play. We need to play one more dragon. Let's see. There's a quote here from Zynga's CEO. Quote, in reference to Apple and Google, quote, they help us bring our games to market and reach audiences, end quote. There's obviously been some innovation recently on Epic's front, but I think it's too early to tell exactly how that all is going to shake out. It's certainly not for a forecastable event, so I'll leave that to let events unfold more to be able to comment on it. So basically Zynga's CEO does not want to piss off Epic in case he ever does business with them, which is a smart move. Like, that's pretty much what it should be. Right now, there is no Fortnite on iOS because they will not share their profits that they make on Fortnite with Apple through the iTunes, because it's against Apple policy to sideload and jailbreak an Apple phone and sideload apps, whereas Google's a little bit more open and you can sideload apps. Let's see.
The light protects me. I fight.
Playing here. Next we have a game called Border Force, which is probably a troll game, if I were to guess. It looks more polished, but you know, asset flip troll games, they're getting easier and easier to make. And yeah, that's pretty much what this just seems like it is a troll game in which you play as a border enforcement agent. Actually, this seems like it's more of a statement on Brexit and their border and all their issues more than it even has to do with the United States. But in general, this is probably just not a game worth playing. Designed to get people upset. Let's do that.
Here we go.
If you want to play a game where you're playing as a customs immigration border check person, then Papers, Please is probably a much better game to play because it was designed by somebody who's actually a video game creator and an artist instead of somebody who's just trying to troll, which is what I'm almost 100% certain Border Force is. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this and then this and then I'm gonna hit that. Gamatsu has an article. Onichambra Origins, first details and screenshots. D3 publisher has released the first details and screenshots for Onichambra Origins. It's been a while since there's been an Onichambra game. It's upcoming Tamsoft developed remake of the Onichambra and the Onichambra 2 for PlayStation 4. So they're taking the first two games and remaking them for PS4, which, heck, by the time it gets developed, it may not fall within the PlayStation 4's requirements. Next elemental you play costs 2 less this turn. That's cool. How can I use that to my advantage?
Hold it!
Here we go.
I don't think I can. Let's see.
Halt! Who goes there?
If they're working on a remake of the first two Onichambra games, I wonder if the latest Onichambra game kind of ended the series, and that's why we haven't seen any talk of a new one. Only one of the Onichambra games is on Steam, so I'd like to see them all come to PC. And let me see if I can find a screenshot here that's somewhat family friendly of the main character, because she is a sword swinging zombie killing anime girl, older anime woman, I suppose you might say, but what is that? What difference does that really make? Who wears a cowboy hat and a bikini while doing acrobatic kicks and things. So we'll just do a quick web peek here. Here's your main character of the Onichambra series with her samurai swords. And then there is also a secondary character that is in slightly more modest, although Japanese schoolgirl outfit, and so that might fall fall amongst the problems that Steam doesn't like, assuming that Steam is still following that rule, which it doesn't seem like it actually is, in all fairness. So here's a picture of the secondary character. Just skirt and basic schoolgirl outfit with a samurai sword and thigh-high stockings. And that's pretty much the only two screenshots that I feel perfectly confident on showing, because a lot of the game seems to take a lower angle picture, and apparently there's a third character. I wonder if she's the bad guy. Can I do this?
Ha, this guy's toast.
Let's kill this guy. So this might be the bad girl of the series. They say her name is Ray, or she just might be a third character. I actually know very little about the Onichanba series. I'm just kind of pumped and hyped to play it if it ever came out to PC, because it does look a lot like a game I liked, which was called Lollipop Chainsaw. I'd like to see that come to PC too, for its silliness and weirdness. I think it's really got that. Only from Japan would you get a game like this. And it's a hack and slash game, killing zombies and monsters. Onichanba Origins is due out for the PS4 in 2019 in Japan, so apparently it may not come to the West at all. That would surprise me, actually. Like, with the way things are going these days.
Here we go.
Like, it may come out, it may not. And that'll be a shame if it doesn't come out to the West, because it would sell. Definitely would sell. But it would also get a bunch of people on Eurogamer, PC Gamer, Kotaku, Polygon complaining that the game exists and calling the game sexist, even though it's a game with empowered female protagonists defeating monsters. This next game looks a little interesting. I'm not sure I'm not getting tricked here into being more interested in something than I should.
Here we go.
Yeah, this guy will win the next turn almost certainly. We'll stay and watch the loss. Still got that broccoli stuck in the back of my throat. It's gonna be there all night, I bet. We're losing all of our stars to play dragons. Yeah, we still need to play one more dragon, so I'll stick with Rogue since I know Rogue has a dragon in it, but it's like only one dragon. We've got this game called Synth Run, and it looks slightly appealing. And you're running around, but you also have some special abilities. The thing, though, is it apparently has become really easy to asset flip games like this, where you run on walls. And this might not be a full, complete item of a game, or this might actually be something. It's hard to tell these days. So, for Synth Run, you could say it's lacking in a good skybox. and that's kind of it. It's doing some basic neon colors, but it's $1.99. I'm willing to put it on the fall list and get some feedback from some other people that buy the game and decide later if it actually deserves to be played. I'm gonna hold on to the dragon card. I think that's actually the first game today too that I've actually considered putting on the follow list. Everything else has been rejected, which is not uncommon.
The light protects me.
Moving on, GameIndustry.biz has an article. Riot, Sega, and 4 more join the ESA. So the League of Legends studio, Intellivision, Wizards of the Coast sign up as Sonic publishers. Natsumi and THQ Nordic return to the US trade group's ranks. So did Sonic publisher Natsumi and THQ leave and then come back? Now the ESA group, we have to always remember, is basically just a lobbyist firm that creates the age ratings in the West in the United States. The ESRB is under the ESA, I believe, a subsidiary, and they just push for no regulations on video games, even to the point where if they actually did exert some force and say, hey, no more loot boxes, that might stop politicians from talking about putting legislation together to regulate and legislate loot boxes. Let's see. So it's Riot Games, Sega of America, THQ Nordic, Intellivision Entertainment, Natsumi Incorporated, and Wizards of the Coast. 3 of those 6, Sega, THQ, and Natsumi, are rejoining the ranks of the ESA after parting their ways in recent years. Sega left a trade group in 2015 after a significant restructuring, while THQ Nordic and Natsumi took shorter breaks, leaving the group last year before signing back in 2019. So there must have been, I guess, a lot of infighting, and that is certainly not helpful for a group that is literally only in existence to look like a united front. But in all realisticness, there's not going to be a new competitor to the ESA that comes out. You could make the argument the ESA doesn't really need to exist, but it's probably better it does exist than it doesn't. It's hardly like it's a tax-funded organization, and I doubt video games will get cheaper if the ESA disbanded tomorrow. Assuming any of those companies actually pay any kind of dues for membership.
Not welcome here.
Here we go.
That. There's a quote here: "We are stronger as an industry when the most innovative video companies come together to champion the positive impact of video games before policymakers around the country." They're lobbyists, basically. Acting ESA President CEO Stanley Perry Louise. We look forward to working with our expanding membership to leverage their support with a unified industry that shares ideas, engages with policymakers, and nurtures the next generation of creators. So, what do you take from the 6 that have joined back, that have joined? The League of Legends is going to push, specifically, their focus is going to be around, I assume, no esports limitations and no loot box limitations. I'm not even sure League of Legends actually has loot boxes, but I imagine they'd push for it anyways. Intellivision, on the other hand, I can't think of a single game in television is still even making. So I don't know why they're even in the video game industry. I'd have to search their name to just figure out what have they published. Wizards of the Coast, on the other way hand, is Magic the Gathering Arena, again a loot box company. Sega does have a lot of like arcades in Japan and pachinko games, so maybe they want to expand like loot boxes and gambling and pachinko in the West. Otherwise, I don't know what Sega's main focus really would be there. And Natsumi, I have no idea what they published. And then THQ Nordic is just republishing everything and anything. And THQ Nordic in particular, we know, wants to be a big-time AAA publisher and developer, and is growing like a cancer these days. Just insane growth through acquisitions. So yeah, I could see why they definitely would want the prestige for what little there is of joining the ESA or rejoining the ESA. I kind of wonder if maybe they fix whatever internal fighting was going on too.
This guy's toast.
That would be the only reason I assume that they came back after a year. Now there is this whole issue certainly of infiltrating organizations. This is what Microsoft is accused of doing to the Linux Foundation, is that they infiltrated it and then they caused conflict and are trying to actively like destroy the Linux Foundation from inside out. I want to play a little Zoo Warlock and see if we can get up to rank 19, although I don't know if I really have time for that. So for the ESA though, I mean, if you were to infiltrate the ESA and break it apart, you've really not done much at all there, and it's not going to be helpful for the video game industry in any way. It's not like the ESA has any real competitors other than maybe other lobbying groups for other industries. What you would like to see is the ESA to partner with does the Comic Codes Authority still exist? Like, if they partnered with the movie MPAA, or if they partnered with comic books, or if they partnered with any kind of book lobbying group, you could probably have a much bigger organization to push the same general free speech concepts to people, and then you could also not have these organizations try to fight amongst each other, at least on that level. Whereas right now I imagine a lot of movies producers kind of hate video games, and TV producers probably hate movie producers and video games, and it's probably just a big fight all around. Moving on, we have God Eater 3 on Steam, and this will definitely go to my wishlist. God Eater is the Monster Hunter game with less minutia, as I understand it, where you're fighting monsters instead of dragons in Monster Hunter. It's a little bit more anime in its visuals too, but it's kind of very playable. Here it's very anime in the weapons and the characters you see. I was watching a quick look for this, and it seems like everything in the previous stories have kind of been destroyed, so you don't really need to play the first 2 games. So this might be a very good starting point. This is rated mostly positive already, and it's $59.99. Let's see. Apparently, get 20% off on God Eater 3 if you buy God Eater 2 Rage Burst. Interesting. I wonder if that deal is still open. There we go. So yeah, that'll go to the wish list. GameIndustry.biz has an article that we already talked about. Ex-Wargaming Riot employees form Ganymede Games. So yeah, there's making a Las Cruces, New Mexico studio for 4 people because they're getting a tax rebate for making it in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They have basically nothing else to say at the time, at this point. So no games to announce, no real ideas other than it's going to be small, short experiences. Let's see. Yeah, Epic Games, I think. Yeah, February 7th, Epic Games on Twitter tweeted, if you're experiencing issues while attempting to play Axiom Verge, please restart the Epic Games launcher for a new update that should resolve this issue. That's about the 3rd support tweet I have seen from the Epic Games launcher in about 2 or 3 weeks. So it's certainly not working. Yeah, that was February 7th, that tweet I just read. February 2nd, there's a tweet. Social services have been re-enabled in the launcher. We appreciate your patience, because the social services weren't working for a while. Let's see.
Almost out of time.
Play that. And then February 2nd, also due to server scaling issues, we're temporarily disabling social services. Let me see if I can just scroll down their Twitter page again and see a 3rd one. January 28th, we are continuing to fix the login issue. January 28th, we are aware the players are experiencing issues while attempting to use Epic Games service. We're working to resolve this, and we'll update this. Right. So yeah, Epic Games Store, Epic Games Service, not a polished product. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but I'm just trying to report what I've seen as somebody who follows their Twitter. And let's keep on playing. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Macrotis, A Mother's Journey. This looks like a platformer where you're playing as kind of a mouse-like creature. Yeah, it looks like more of a puzzler than a platformer, which looks good. It says, yeah, puzzle platformer. It looks pretty nice. Seeing some polish here. I'm willing to give this one a try. It looks a little weird, and I love weird too. This might be very repetitive too, however. It's $9.99. It's from companies I haven't ever heard of. And that's pretty much all I can say. There's no discount on it. So yeah, I'll put this on the follow list. If this gets well received, I'll put it on the wish list and then potentially buy it at some point in the future and potentially play it. Let's see. Interesting. Gamasutra has an article that I opened and it says the news story you have requested does not exist. You are now being redirected to the main news page. Cancel that.
Almost out of time.
And even if I click cancel, it just redirected me anyways. So why let me click cancel? There was a news link. Maybe it had a bad link in it. That is shady, certainly. Like, you cannot do that as a news reporter. Even if you report something completely wrong, you need to have the original version of the story, and then you need to have an update visible at the top. Like, we've seen previous instances of this where the people have tried to do these bait and switches updates and retractions and not really ever admitted that they were wrong or let people see their mistakes. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. Oh, darn it, is that not a demon? Played wrong there. Next we have a game on Steam called Noble in Exile. This looks like a cheap Chinese game, if I was to ever guess. Although the low polygon thing is not something you see a lot done in cheap Chinese games. So that's kind of interesting. But it says it's a simulation early access strategy game. Seems like what you're doing is you're building a city, but you're building either a Japanese or Chinese city. Let's see, early access, $4.49, English and simplified Chinese. Yeah, seems like you're just building a city. It's just Sim City from the perspective of a Chinese person. It done somewhat in the past and tied around something historical. For no real reason. Yeah, I have no interest in playing that game. So, TechRaptor has another article. PlayStation is partnering with smartwatch company to get gamers to go outside. So, PlayStation has announced a partnership with the smartwatch company Xplora. Yeah, that's XPLORA. Creators of brightly colored child tracking smartwatches. I didn't know that such things existed. In a statement on Thursday, PlayStation said they had plans to integrate the pedometer tracking features of the Explorer 3 smartwatch into an upcoming title. Ace of the Multiverse. Special perks, characters, and powers in the game will be unlocked by syncing the watch with the PS4 after performing physical activity in the real world. That's an interesting thought. Certainly. Freezing trap. Surprise, surprise. Let's go ahead and do this.
Unleash me.
Job's done.
The game in question appears to be a soccer title featuring two brightly colored alien teams. Not much else is known about the game. Interesting. There's a quote here: by merging technology, a healthy lifestyle, and safety, we in Explorer are creating a new multi-model entertainment experience that can be enjoyed both outdoors and while you get home and turn on your PS4. We are looking forward to seeing how these two dimensions of our players' lives come together and create new synergies. Man, if Nintendo was doing that instead of PlayStation, if there was a Pokemon Go smartwatch, that would be really cool. But I guess that's what the Pokeball thing with Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee were supposed to be. The only difference there is that Pokeball was like $60, so I'll have to look and see how expensive an Explorer 3 smartwatch is. Here, let's just do a quick Google search. Let's see. Best GPS watch for kids. Let's see. Shop now. Let's see. Yeah, it's like $300. Now that's Explorer 1. Let's see. An Explorer 1 SIM-free is 150 pounds, which is about $300 on their storefront. Yeah, this is ridiculously expensive. There's no way anybody would fall for paying that much. The first thought of giving your kid a smartwatch is gonna be the price and will they break it, because almost every parent is gonna say my kid would break it, and they're not wrong. Most kids will break things. Let's see. Kids watches. Yeah, the Explorer 3S is 179 pounds, SIM-free. And it comes in blue and pink, and those are the only color options. And I think if you're worried about your kid going missing, that worry probably significantly increases with the more amount of kids you have. If you have one kid, them going missing, the worry is a lot still, but not anywhere as bad as if you have 3 or 4 kids running around in different directions. That's more than 4 times the amount of worry, I'm sure. It basically just has a smartphone in it, so you can GPS search for him, which may or may not work depending on how missing your kid goes, because if he's missing inside of a lot of stores, you may not get any kind of GPS signal. If your kid is missing out in the forest, it may not really matter so much if you know where they are. In general, kind of unspecific GPS coordinates. If they're kidnapped, then the watch is probably broken, or taken off and left somewhere eventually, assuming the people know anything about that. And inherently, for $300, you're better off giving an old cell phone, an old hand-me-down cell phone to your kid, even if they are gonna break the screen or something. Just like, yeah, that makes a lot more sense to send a hand-me-down phone. This and do this, and then draw this.
Sure, send the
Kill
little
this
guy.
guy.
Job's done.
Darn it. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Super Ball, which looks like it's a Rocket League clone with guns, shooting a ball. Looks really very fast-paced, but it doesn't look quite polished enough for my taste. It's a multiplayer game, so I probably wouldn't play it anyways. Free to play with loot boxes, it seems. It says it has some single player in it, but yeah. If you want to try this free to play game out, it's here for me. I have no interest. I would play Rocket League, but at this point it may not be worth it. It's probably not even worth playing Rocket League these days. Alright, we tried to move up in the ranks. We're not really getting there, so let's go ahead and skip to the Asian account so we can try to stay in line. I don't want to have any more things I need to do by the time I'm done with all the news, and I don't want to have any more news by the time I've finished all the daily quests. So if we can keep those two close,
Oh, you're just
that would be
big
good.
fights are brewing today.
Let's see. Every account had play a bunch of spells. Play 3 dragons. Alright, well, we'll start back with the Tempo Mage. I don't know if this is a Spell Hunter game or deck or not, so I need to give my decks better names than that going forward. GameIndustry.biz has an article. The Swedish tax agency targets King with a 389 million fine. The Skatteverket claims that's, I guess, the Swedish tax agency claims that the Candy Crush firm has disposed immaterial rights of its home nation, which I think means that they sold the rights to like Candy Crush or something to a foreign company that they weren't allowed to do, and it's kind of like, oh, they're trying to launder their launder their games to other companies. Let's see. The agency is Skatteverket. I don't wonder how well I'm pronouncing that, probably not very well. Claims that Sweden lost the immaterial rights to games such as Candy Crush Saga and Farmhouse Saga when the company was sold to Activision Blizzard in 2016. Now, there's some bigger rights ideas, very progressive copyright and rights ideas that fly around Europe that don't really exist in the United States. So the legitimacy on the claims of these rights are kind of unknown to me.
Job done.
Let's see. Candy Crush Saga and various other King's games were developed by the Swedish studio Midas Player, MIDASPLAYER, but the IP rights transferred to Activision as part of the acquisition. Now the tax agency should claim that Sweden should be paid its share. So was Midas Player a government-owned business, or is it just a matter you didn't pay your taxes when you transferred this highly valuable IP? Skatteverket says the nation missed out on 3.6 billion Swedish kroner, roughly $389 million at the time of writing, according to the XE currency converter. Since Activision Blizzard now owns King, it's likely to be responsible for paying the fine. Okay.
An incredible discovery.
I don't have enough mana.
Job done.
Let's see. The agency spokesman said, "We believe that there has been a transfer of rights from the company in Sweden. We want to tax this transaction for half of the value of the intellectual property rights." However, King spokesman has told local newspapers via the local that the firm disagrees with the claim but will work with authorities on a resolution. She said the firm, quote, regrets the Swedish tax agency does not share our view on how King's business should be taxed in a correct and fair manner. So yeah, it seems like they almost certainly are trying to avoid paying some taxes. Which, this is another problem with corporate entities, is that they're spending way too much time avoiding paying taxes and not enough time actually giving back to society or creating anything of any value. Let's see. Seeking Alpha apparently is where this article originally came from. Notes that this is not the first time the Skatteverket has taxed King for shifting finances away from Sweden. It previously claimed over 500 million kroner, roughly 55 million, when it believed King had moved profits belonging in Sweden to Malta. And everybody does that, moving money to Malta. That's from what I hear.
Science overwhelming.
I found it first.
King has until the end of February to pay the fine. So, unless King can pull off some miracle, it seems like they're gonna have to pay that fine. Which means Candy Crush is probably gonna screw some more poor suckers out of money. You'll see some kind of sale, or the game will just get magically harder. It would be interesting to investigate where the line crosses from being hired to be an accountant to being hired to be a money launderer. I imagine what it is if you just get into accounting, corporate accounting, and you just follow the rules as they're written, you probably have such terrible performance reviews that you never get promoted or get ahead anywhere in life. And only by cheating your way to the top, it's probably an entire industry where everybody cheats to the point where it's ridiculous. Kind of how I heard a story that cheating is so common in China on school tests and such that the students will revolt if they're not allowed to cheat. Moving on, Gematsu has an article. Criminal Girls X has been announced for smartphones and PC in Japan, and possibly the PS4 in the West. Criminal Girls was a 2010 launched RPG series. It was, I think, like a dungeon crawler game with a bunch of anime girls that were supposed to be in some kind of jail, and they were all wearing black and white stripes, and you're supposed to I don't know, manhandle them, molest them, I think is the general idea, until they feel repentant. I never really got the full thing. It definitely looked like it was a 99.9% sex game.
Just like you.
And I never really got any further than that because it seemed like it was just pretty blatant about what it was. So I'm gonna watch this trailer and see what, if anything, is in this trailer.
I found it first.
Japanese ideas of their jail system is not something I agree with at all. The general public believe that every single person in Japanese jail is an unrepentant, unrehabilitable criminal. You kind of don't have a lawyer. You're set against 3 magistrate judges when you're convicted. Most people are forced into confessing even if they're innocent because there are no real defense lawyers in Japan at all. And if you're a foreigner and you're going to jail, forget it. That's even worse. And there have definitely been some anime stories out there where the jail system is just taken to the most, not the next level, just like the furthest level you could even imagine of extremeness. So yeah, it's more of a fantasy than a reality in most Japanese people's minds, and they're ignoring that there is a reality and there are problems with their criminal and legal system. Now I watched that trailer and it didn't show me anything at all. Let's see. What are we trying to do here? I got thrown off and distracted while I was reading this description. Alright, yeah, let's continue to play spells. So the description here, we have a paragraph. The story of Criminal Girls X. Criminal Girls X is being produced around the theme of pure love, end quote, which that probably means a lot more in Japanese because there are these like pure love style games. I don't know how that's going to work here. The heroine, the protagonist's fiance is dragged into a mysterious incident and loses her life as a result. After living a full life in order to rescue his beloved, the protagonist prays to God, capital G, and okay, take it that for whatever that means. So it's also translated from Japanese, so yeah. In the moment he learns the truth that his fiance's soul has descended to Asura, the domain on the brink of hell, I want to hold her in my arms again. There's a quote here. The protagonist awakens in the form of a cat surrounded by a group of 24 young women. And that seems like that's all we're going to get.
What to do?
So I really don't know what kind of mobile game this would be, or if it's coming to PC, I don't know how long of a game it would be. They're collaborating with Nippon Ichi Software for an English version. An English version title has not been decided yet. The platforms are for the West are to be announced, VR mode included. In Japan, it will be for iOS, Android, PC, which is interesting because I'm not seeing anything here that says PlayStation 4. So it seems like they're missing something. If it really is going to come to the PS4. One thing I will say, and we can kind of do a web peek here in a second.
We have many secrets.
Is that the outfit and appearance of the character that they're showing right now for the Criminal Girls X is not as scantily clad or provocative as the screenshots on Steam for Criminal Girls, the Criminal games that is on the Criminal Girls game that is on Steam. So if we do a web peek, this must be one of the main female leads. And you can see the black and white stripes on the shirt, but then you've got a coat and you've got mixed match socks and shoes and a skirt, and that's not as bad as it was before. So they might be going in a slightly different direction with it. I imagine the previous Criminal Girls games did sell relatively well, so I don't see why the Japanese company would stop making games in the series. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Rodent Warriors. It says it's an epic 2D RPG indie retro game. Yeah, right. Just throw everything in there. It's tagged just RPG. These graphics seem a little old school, too old school for me. You're playing as a rodent. It's an RPG. It's not anybody I know. It's $9.99. I'll be generous and put this on the follow list. We'll see if somehow people play it and they really, really like it. But it's really weird here. They've got a screenshot for the point where you type in your name. And it has a keyboard, which tells me this is probably a touchscreen game or a mouse-only game for no reason. Yeah, I don't think in the long run I would actually play this game, but there we go. But I'll give it a chance, a small chance. Next, we have a game on Steam called Destroy the World, which, let's see, you're playing as a blob in a top-down game. I might be able to get into this idea of being a nebulous orange blob that is running around destroying things. This probably is an asset flip game, but I guess I'll be generous. It's only asking for 99 cents in the first place. I think I would have definitely animated something besides just an orange blob to run into things and destroy things. I think there's better options there.
We have many secrets.
Just in the turn there. I may have run into the point where all my emotional decision energy has been drained, so I'm being too generous to games. TechRaptor has another article. This has been a running theme for games for today, is companies reporting their Q3 financial results and not making the mark. Sega reports a disappointing Q3 financial results. Sega Sammy, the parent company of Sega, didn't have the best Q3. In fact, its financial year hasn't been very strong in general. I don't think that's super surprising when you consider what Sega probably has been releasing in the last year or so. I want to get victories if I can. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything really important to say here. An overall decline in revenue at 6.8% or $2.27 billion. The news is on top of a 24.5 million drop in digital games profits. That said, this area did bring in 267.2 in revenue. Packaged games did okay, bringing in 73.6 million from 397.3 in revenue. Unfortunately, Sega also reported a 20% dip in pachinko and pachinki slots machines, which are half pachinko, half slot machines, to my understanding. Which is where a lot of their money comes from, which also explains why Sega might want to be part of the ESA so that they could bring pachinko and pachinko slots to the United States at some point in the future. According to another website, the company predicted a drop in interest and are getting into the casino industry to compensate. Sega has partnered with the South Korean group Paradise City to bring gambling to Japan. This move is in the anticipation of Japanese gambling licenses hopefully issuing coming 2020. Despite this, the group had to revise their pachinko sales projection from 1.1 billion down to 929.4 million. Let's see. Let's play that. The company was also set to release 12 titles this fiscal year, but the number has been reduced to 9. However, Sega believes they will make up for these operating licenses. Games like Football Manager 2019 are serving the company well in the package department too. That said, numbers are still down from Q2 as sales from previous titles slowed. This guy do?
Job's done.
He heals somebody. Overall, the entertainment division of Sega brought in $1.51 billion, with both digital and physical games bringing in a combined $664.7 million of that number. According to the release, none of Sega's newer games have lived up to sales expectation. This is due in part to the Japanese mobile scene and a weaker quarter thanks to game delays. Yeah, and that's basically what I was feeling too, is I don't think Sega was particularly blowing the world up with their releases this year. They did release like 1 or 2 Sonic games, but that's not enough. Sega used to be a big time player, and now they're just unfocused and not good at making new IP or releasing things. If Football Manager is your best-selling software title, you've got a problem. The EA of the East is pretty much what Sega is becoming these days. Let's see. As a result, the group had to issue revised projections, but are hoping the upcoming releases can make it up for a decent quarter few. Revenue predictions are now 13.6% lower than before, with operating income projections dropping 38.1%. So that's not good news for them. Let's see, we'll hit this, kill that, and hit that. And then in return, I kind of wish they would stagger their Q3 responses. Then all of these games, all these game companies had the same Q3 results. It feels like in the same couple of days, because that's when I guess the quarter ended. But and that is just bad for news. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Dream Enders RPG. It looks like a piece of garbage RPG. I'm not even sure this is actually using RPG Maker. It looks so bad. So visually bad. Early access free. I guess the price is right. But I need not say anything more about that game. And the next game, I'm not sure is any better. Let's play this,
Someday I'll be just like you.
this, and that.
I found it first.
So, next we have a game on Steam called Sky Labyrinth, which has an asset flip anime girl, although you can't even really see her from the background, and she's just walking on some basic generic textures that have been assetted, pre-bought I'm sure, and she's running on platforms that seem to change gravity, doing some kind of platforming that in no way looks like it's realistic to do, nor does it look like it's fun, or varied in any way. And see, when you see levels like this, you know that they don't know what they're doing when making a video game, because nobody makes levels like that except for mobile games. $2.99 undiscounted. English and Japanese. I'm surprised it even says it supports Japanese.
What to do?
This might be another one of those examples of a new generation of indie Japanese developers who don't really know what they're doing, making bad quality products.
Time runs out on me.
I mean, it's almost in an effort of fairness, Japanese game developers now have started making bad games. They've always made bad games, but they were usually filtered out and not allowed to come to the West if they were terrible. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Nuclear Power Station Creator. It looks like it's a simulation strategy management game.
What is real?
It doesn't look terrible for a little like mobile game, if that's what it was. Like the slight idea is kind of cool there, but I don't see how this goes very far anywhere. It's from, is this Playloft? I can't read that. That's a recognizable game company. Early access, discounted for $4.89, English and Russian. That's strange. You'd have a game centered around Japanese nuclear reactors, and yet it doesn't support Japanese as a language. It is Playloft, but maybe a different Playloft? I'm gonna have to look and see what Playloft is. Like, that sounds like a game company I've heard before. Let's see what else they've published. They published a game called Ashley, The Story of Survival, which is mostly negative, and several other games, but I don't think any of them are positively reviewed. They're kind of all over the place. There's like a mahjong game, there's a parkour simulator. I don't know if these really fall under the form of troll games, or if they are just bad games in general. Play 33 spells? I wonder why it's specifically 33 spells. I'm gonna move over to the rogue because we need to play dragons. And I think the rogue might have dragons. Next we have a game on Steam called Angel Light of the Elven Truce. You can see from this motion and low frame rate animation, this is going to be a piece of garbage asset flip game. Maybe there's some concepts here that if these concepts were given to somebody who could actually 3D model and animate things, that would work. But since that didn't happen, this is total garbage. Discounted to $8.99. Laughable. Alright, we want to just trade out everything for the first run to see if we actually have a dragon to play. And then we might want to see if there's a dragon here. There is two dragons there. There's a dragon. Yeah, so there's either 3 or 4 dragons to start with. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Bloody Mary Forgotten Curse. This is a dark screenshot syndrome style game. It's probably an asset flip horror game where you can't really see anything, so it doesn't matter. It seems like you're wandering around being afraid with your flashlight. I think I've seen this graveyard asset used at least a dozen times. Discounted to $8.49. English only language. And from an unknown publisher studio. So, yeah. That's all the components of something I have no interest in playing. What if I was to find another poison, deadly poison? That would be nice before I use this. GameIndustry.biz has an article: Fortnite iOS revenue estimated at 500 million. Sensor Tower data shows Epic's game reaching the milestone faster than Clash Royale or Honor of Kings. Well, I didn't think Fortnite was on iOS. I am woefully undereducated onto whether it's on the Apple things. Oh, maybe I saw one article that happened before. No. It says Epic Games Battle Royale shooter launched on iOS on March 15th, 2018. That would have been a long time. It is claimed that it has reached 500 million in revenue after 326 days on the App Store. Interesting. I didn't realize it was on iOS, but I guess it is. Okay. In the end, that's just kind of the same story over and over again. And Fortnite has made a ton of money. Let's see. Next, I have a game on Steam called The Adventures of Jason and the Argonauts, which I could have sworn there's already a game by that name on Steam. This is just a basic match 3 game from HH Games, which is a new publisher that's flooding Steam with mediocre at best games. This doesn't look terrible by any means. If you did want a Candy Crush style clone, they've released several of them. It's discounted to $3.74, so it's not even asking for a really high price. But unless I am totally confused here and thinking of somebody else.
Who goes there?
Here we go.
This HH Games, I think, has published quite a few similar games. Let's see.
I see a vision in the flames.
Yeah, they have a whole collection of games that are of similar small scale, small quality games. So I have no interest in that. I think we already talked about this, but Destructoid, amongst many other people, have an article talking about Daedalic having 6 new titles to announce soon. I don't think they actually have any new information on top of that, though. So really just Daedalic. Yeah, Destructoid barely has 3 paragraphs talking about it. Daedalic is teasing it, trying to get as much coverage whatsoever. And what's funny is a lot of the people are just, it's the exact same line and sentence as the title, because they were given a press release and they just had somebody basically word for word copy what the press release said, maybe making a slight change here and there, so it's not copyright infringement. Not that I think it would be copyright infringement to just post the thing in its entirety.
Here we go.
Kind of hate to do that. Let's see. The company Studio MDHR is looking for a game designer. It's a Canadian company that made Cuphead, I believe, so because I'm looking at a picture of Cuphead, playing Cuphead. We could web peek that. Here's a picture of Cuphead playing Cuphead. But yeah, they're looking for a game designer. They want to make more games and build out Cuphead to be a series that continues, and they were a little overwhelmed on what they were doing, frankly, because remember, originally Cuphead was supposed to just be a boss run game where there weren't any platforming levels, and it probably was going to be a lot shorter than what it came out as. They really made the right decision and kind of delayed the release, and because of that, Cuphead was one of the best games of the year that it came out in, and I'd really love to play it at some point. What is the one non-odd card in here? Why did this not work?
Here we go.
Why is it's this Cold Blood card? I need to change this deck. That Cold Blood needs to be removed. So yeah, I look kind of forward to a Cuphead 2. I would look forward to seeing them make some other kind of games, take some new ideas, use the success of their first game as a springboard to make a big company, or a medium-sized company at least, and make some more things. That was me. Kimetsu has an article, Capcom sales update, Monster Hunter World at 11.9 million, Resident Evil 5 at 11 million and more. Let's see, here's a interesting comparison. Monster Hunter World sold 11.9 million, RE5 sold 11 million, RE6 sold 8.8 million, RE6 was garbage, but RE4 sold 7.4 million, so that is a comparison of that. I think it was a GameCube original game, RE4, compared to RE6, which would have been an Xbox 360 game. That difference in generation shows that there was just so many more people who had entered the world of playing video games that even a good game compared to a bad game doesn't really matter.
Here we go.
Let's see. Is there anything we can do here to save the day? Not really. RE7, on the other hand, sold 6.1 million copies. Even though RE7 is probably as good, if not better, than RE4, it is selling less copies. Why is that? I guess it's probably timing and competition would be my guess. But compared to that, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate only sold 3 million copies, and Street Fighter V has only sold 2.9 million copies, which goes to show that Street Fighter was not well received, and on top of that, fighting is a niche game, certainly. Alright. So I need an odd card. Deck helper. Let's see. Take that and take that. There we go. Let's try that. There also might be an argument to be said that Resident Evil 4 might be just comparing the original sales on the GameCube versus the many re-releases, because it's kind of very questionable that RE4 in its many re-releases sold less than RE6, which I don't think really was re-released on anything, and certainly isn't likely to re-release. And I could even buy that RE7 still has some life in it and might get some more sales. Like, so I'm gonna scroll down this chart. It shows a little bit more information. Street Fighter 2 for the Super NES apparently sold 6.3 million. Let's see. Where's RE4 in this list? It's being hidden. But his list is just out of order. Yeah. This doesn't make sense. This is wrong. It says the Resident Evil HD remaster for the PS3 and downloadable is what I guess DL means, was sold 2.3 million units. And then it says Resident Evil 4 that came out December 2005 was for the PS2, which is not right at all, and it sold 2.3 million. Like, that's just not accurate. Maybe this is sales in Japan. Yeah, let's see. Resident Evil 4 is again listed here for the PS4, Xbox One, and downloadable. It sold 1.4 million, so there maybe is some combinations there. Yeah. This is the point, this is the kind of information where Gematsu could be really helpful and break some of this stuff down and explain it to me. I could really use an analyst with this kind of information. I kind of wonder if these numbers are just wrong. But anyways, all of those games are being labeled as platinum games, so Capcom's not super upset with the sales, but I question them. There we go, we got that updated, upgraded attack.
What a ball.
We still have so much to do. Alright, we have a game on Steam called Necro Mutex, which is another stand in one place and shoot things, although it seems like you use a controller to move your character around, so it's not technically stand in one place. They're going for something a little bit more gory and kind of crazy neon looking, kind of Doom-esque. But I don't see any visual consistency here. It feels like it's 3 or 4 different assets combined with no real thought. And I still hate VR and don't have VR. I don't think this is the kind of game that would be like a Dead Space that would really be scary. If you tried some of these visuals of skinless people in something like a Dead Space game, maybe then it would be interesting. $14.99. That's about the right price for a pretty expensive VR game. But yeah. don't see anything
Here
there
we go.
that interests me. And I wasted that. Should not have done it that way. Next we have a game on Steam that's called Callback. Apparently, and looks like it's kind of just an asteroids game with more polish than you normally get, but that's kind of it. Maybe it's a circular 3D Pong game. Maybe that's what it is. It says it's early access for $4.99, and it doesn't interest me, whatever it is. Frantic arcade local multiplayer only game.
Here we go.
Yep. We already talked about this game, I think. Monster Energy Supercross, the official video game 2. It's a BMX Supercross game. It's very mostly positive. I suppose I'll put this on the follow list and think about it. I'm not sure I really would ever want to play a game like this, but on the other hand, giving one game like this a try wouldn't be a big problem. I'm willing to try any kind of like racing game once, whereas I probably wouldn't be willing to try like several other styles of games. It's $49.99 though. That's a really high price for an experiment, because that's about all I could say is that this would be an experiment in seeing if I could find some entertainment in it. Alright, this and this.
This guy's toast.
Here we go.
This and this and this. Jeez, I have so many tabs still open. So many tabs. There was basically no games that came out on Wednesday, and then they all came out the next day. Next we have a game on Steam called Rollman. It's MS Paint graphics, pretty much tell you the tale of a game that does not need to deserve any more description. It's 99 cents, no discount, not making it to the list.
Here we go.
Nier Automata 2nd anniversary live stream is set for February 20th. There probably will be some new announcement for the Yorha Game of the Year. Game of the Yorha edition is what it's called. Maybe it will come as a free patch or to PC, but right now it is coming to PC. The question is it coming as a free patch, or are all the people who bought the game previously going to have to buy the update or pay extra to get the update, or is the update not really going to even do anything because it's just going to be the combination of everything all the DLC would have already had? Let's see. And I don't really even know if Japanese companies like the idea of secret, surprising announcements for their games. So when they do these announcement things, I don't recall any of them coming out and saying something like, oh, and it's free and it's coming out just right now, or it's going to be available tomorrow. It being free from a Japanese company in particular is unlikely. This is not really news, but there's a game called Glass Masquerade, which I believe is a stained glass puzzle game that has come to Xbox Live, and it's on PC, and it really didn't get any coverage or in an announcement. And so I just kind of wanted to point out this Feels like this is the first time I have failed in my news sources to get an announcement of a game in this form. I was going to play Glass Masquerade, and if I had known it was coming to consoles, that might have influenced me to buy the game, which I still haven't done that, and thus, after buying the game, play it and schedule it to air right in the window in which it would be available on PC, on Xbox Live. That being said, Glass Masquerade is just a stained tile puzzle game, kind of like a jigsaw puzzle game. It's not very special or unique, so that extra effort is probably not worth it. I wonder if he's trying to do Mechathune here.
I can't win them all.
Like, played through dragons, but we're winning, so we might as well just continue to win. Gamatsu has an article, a tour of the Platinum Games offices, a look at the developer's work environment. It's a video. Actually, I think this video has been out for kind of a while, so I'll skip through this and see if it's really showing me anything too interesting. No, not really, just computers and desks and chairs, and it all looks pretty fancy and new and technical. It's hardly... They have some nice shelves with some trophies and figures from their games, like Bayonetta, but it's all very clean and nice, and hardly anything as crazy as Valve with a actual valve in the middle of Valve, or knives on the wall of Gabe Newell's office, which I assume is still there, or that I don't know if I've ever actually seen his office to know that there actually are knives on his wall. I guess if I worked at HR, I would have a major problem with that. I'd say, look, Gabe, I know you're the boss and all, but you can't have weapons on your wall. At any point, somebody could grab that and stab you. At any point, you could grab it and stab somebody else. The threatening atmosphere of it alone is grounds for a hostile work environment. But yeah, a lot of the other game companies in the West have slides and just ridiculous feng shui-esque open plan environments, and it doesn't look like an office at all. That Platinum Games office looked very much like an office, where you would expect to sit in cubicles, basically, and very nice cubicles, little desks, but nobody is getting separate offices, or not everybody gets a separate office, and just or anything like that. Let's see. Alright. How can we do this?
I fight.
2,
Here we
4,
go. What's a
and
bother?
kill this one or this one. Then I'll kill that one.
I fight.
Next, we have a game on Steam called A Bunch of Asian Characters and a Finality with Shiji. Shiji? I guess maybe that's how that's pronounced. I don't know how that would be pronounced. S-H-E, that seems odd spelling. This looks like a Chinese bullet hell shooter with visual novel aspects to it. Yeah. It says it's strategy indie faith. Early access, English not supported, discounted to $4.49, and it's simplified Chinese. Seems like it's a strategy placement hex-based game with bullet hell elements. Sounds looks a little interesting as an idea, but I think in implementation it probably is pretty boring.
Here we go.
Let's do this. Do this.
Too soon.
And what do we want to do? Just save our turn. Let's see. Destroy this minion. And
I fight.
smash
What a ball.
the
I
face as much
Here
as possible
we go.
in the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Scatter, capital C-A-T. It looks like it's a VR gun shooting rhythm action game according to the description. It looks really dark. I like this thumbnail just fine, but this screenshots in no way look like that thumbnail. That's just like bait and switch. And this doesn't look like it's particularly interesting. It looks like it's just a Beat Saber game with shooting, and you're shooting little red and blue cats. It says it's early access. It's discounted to $17.39, which is rather expensive for a VR game. And it's English only, which is odd because I would not have put it as an English only game.
So many options.
Let's do this. And 2 damage.
Ha, this guy's
Here.
toast.
I fight.
So we can kill this.
Here we go.
Hit that. And then return. Can we get 8 more damage? We should be able to. As long as he doesn't put up any taunt minions in the next 2 turns. Next we have a game on Steam called Deep Sea Endurance. This looks like an extremely old game or an extremely poorly designed game. And yeah, it also looks like garbage. It's $1.99. English only, no discount. Yeah, right. You know, I was in a very good position to preemptively filter out some of these games. And I just didn't spend the time or have the time to do it. I may have lost here.
Job's done.
I think 6, 20, yeah, that's 22 damage you can do. With another 4 damage just to show off. And we've got an arrow on the screen now. Let's play Zoo Warlock. At this point I think we're done with everything. And I don't think I started my timer, so I don't have a clue how long we've been going. But yeah, I didn't start a timer, so I have no clue. So what to do? Let's play Zoo Warlock. And let's see if we can burn through some games and some news. Or maybe I'll just have to keep some of this later. We've got a game on Steam called Galactic Tower Defense. Any tower defense game is, of course, not of any interest to me. This one looks particularly bad. Early access, discounted for $4.79. I guess if I wasn't talking about the prices, maybe this would speed up a little bit more too. Let's see. Next we have a game called Epic Food Fight. This doesn't look terrible in the video of it. So you're slingshotting food. See, $7.99 is a pretty expensive there. But I'll put this on the fall list. I'm gonna just try and make some knee-jerk decisions as much as possible. So some things may make it to the fall list that don't deserve it, but whatever. And what are we gonna do? Draw a card. That should be good. There's a couple of other things I'd like to have, like the 2 light wardens, but I don't think I'm gonna get them. Next we have a game on Steam called Moot District, which looks creepy to say the least. Like a strategy game of some sort, where you're maybe even a tower defense game. Build and defend. Yeah, sounds like a tower defense game. Really? Early access, $2.09. Yeah. That doesn't interest me. But it does have some weird looking monsters. So I gotta have to kind of applaud that. Let's see. Next we have Draft Day College Football 2019. This is not a game I'd ever play, probably. And even if I was going to play it, I wouldn't play the 2019 version because I'm not going to play it this year, for sure. $31.49 at a 10% discount. Wow. Expensive.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Demon's Tier. Says it's an action RPG. Looks kind of interesting in the video. Let's see what it looks like in reality though. Looks like it's an RPG, dungeon crawler. Maybe not a dungeon crawler, dungeon roguelike. This might be a Zelda-esque game though, so... It says it's an RPG roguelike with elements of action, adventure, and arcade. This is one of those games where I don't have enough information. It's discounted for $8.99. I'll put it on the follow list. We'll see what the reviews say. I don't recognize any of these developers.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Alright, let's do this.
Someone call for the...
We waited for too long.
It's playtime. It's playtime.
Next we have a game on Steam called Techroid Assault, which looks like an NES game. Feels like it's like in, what is that, Asteroids? No, not Asteroids. Galaga? Defender? Yeah. Looks like an old arcade game with a terribly busy background. This is the kind of game where I'd be happy just to have a boring black background instead of an entire city venue that doesn't help you see anything. $4.49 discounted for that game. Yeah, right. Let's see. Draw. And
In the
play.
light's name.
And take the damage and hit. And hit. And hit. And man, I feel like I need to do something, but guess we'll do that. Next we have a game on Steam called Memes with a bunch of periods. Looks like it's a random assortment of ugly looking games that are just shape games. Nothing here looks interesting. It's discounted by 15% to $5.94. Yeah, right. Like, do that. Do that. And we don't have a reason to heal ourselves. We lost our light warden somewhere there. I don't even know how we lost it. Yeah, let's just play this anyways. There we go. Next we have a game on Steam called Newt 1, which looks kind of like a musical puzzle game. This game looks so weird, I'm gonna immediately know I won't be able to right now make a decision on it. So I'm probably just cut to the chase and say, hey, this might be good, let's put it on the follow list. It's early access. By the time it comes out of early access, somebody will have reviewed it. $9.99. No clue on this one. A non-violent musical 3D platformer. Right. That. Gematsu has an article. The game Killer Queen Black has been delayed to Q3 2019. It looks like it's a platforming fighting game where people fight each other, kind of like Joust. Looks like a Joust clone. It would be the best thing to call it. Come on. Next we have 1001 Jigsaw's World Tour London. This is just yet another jigsaw puzzle game from the same publisher, under the 1001 Jigsaw line, filling up Steam. Discounted to $2.99. See, there's like 5 other games they've already released, and they're not releasing one like every week, but it seems like every 2 weeks there's a new Jigsaw game.
Why do you call?
Let's do this.
Mushroom power!
Alright.
Mushroom power!
That. Next we have a game on Steam called Smash Team. This is clearly just an asset flip unturned game. We're still getting those, but it's pretty infrequent these days. So most people have given up on this. Discounted to 59 cents. Yeah, right. Next we have a game called Extreme School Driving Simulator, which is probably just an asset flip driving game. This concept actually doesn't look too terrible as an idea, where you have to drive and stay on the platform and not fall off the edges, and you're going through some crazy ramps that are really high up. I could see doing a scene of something like this in another game, but the polish is certainly missing here. This is 1% discounted. I didn't even know you could do 1% for $1.97. Yeah, right. You jerks. 2 damage to all other characters.
As you command.
We already talked about the ESA getting 6 new more members. We don't need to talk about that again. I'm seeing the end of the tunnel here. So up until this point, I didn't even see the end of my tabs. We've got a game on Steam called Orc Drift. it looks like garbage.
Away.
So I don't really need to do anything more there. $9.99. That's a joke.
Welcome to the show.
Maybe if I rush through one more game, we'll be done with all the news. Because I'm a little afraid that there will be too much on Monday at this point. But I could be wrong about that. It actually might not be a problem if I left 10 extra games over. But let's not do that. So next we have on Steam this game called Koishi Navigation, which seems like it's played on top of your screen, almost like a desktop icon or a desktop buddy. It looks really crazy, and I don't know why you would want to play a game like this instead of just in full screen. None of this really makes a lot of sense. It doesn't look like it's much of a game. This is something that would have been cool in Windows 95 and probably only a couple months in Windows 95. Early access discounted for $1.39. It's English and simplified Chinese. So, yeah, I don't even know what they're selling here as a product. Let's get that. There we go. So I may have just gotten a burst of Chinese games because of Chinese Lunar New Year. That might also be what's going on right now, because a lot of these are Chinese games. Next we have a game on Steam called Wizard and Minion Idol, an idol game. Looks terrible. Don't really have to go any further than that. It's free to play. It's English only. Okay. Alright, so hit this, hit this, hit this, and hit this. And then return. Next we have a game on Steam that is just a bunch of Asian characters. It looks like you play as a frog, and maybe you're laying down items for the frog to jump on. It's almost like a 3D version of Frogger. It's already mixed in its reviews. This is a frog jumping game, it says. 84 cents. Simplified Chinese. Yep. Deal 4 damage. Or I guess I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Next we have Angry Birds VR Isle of Pigs from Resolution Software and licensed by Rovio. Angry Birds isn't super popular at this point. They milked it for all they could, but I could see a reason why this makes sense. For all the stand in one place and shoot games that exist, Angry Birds probably would be the best example of this. It looks polished, it looks good. It's $14.99. If I had VR, I'd be willing to try this out. So I'm going to put it on the follow list. It will just stay on the follow list forever unless I actually do buy a VR headset at some point, which I probably won't. In fact, I saw a clearance for $3 set of glasses that you would put your cell phone into to look at VR items, and just a generic one, and even at that I was like, $3 is still too expensive at this point. I wouldn't even pay any money for the ability to convert a cell phone into a VR headset for the level of quality that would get you. Let's see. Play this. And play this. In return. Next we have a game on Steam called Burn Down. It looks like it's a racing game. It looks a little polished, so I think I'll give it a try. Yeah. It's not amazing me, but it's not terrible. Early access, discounted to $6.79. Yeah. Play this. Play this.
Mushroom power!
In return. Next we have a game on Steam called Skyland Defense. This is a VR stand-in one-place shoot game that's not worth trying out from the visuals. Like, poor luck for them to release on the same week as Angry Birds. They are discounted to $10.79. I would not pay $10.79 for what is a tower defense game in VR.
Why do you call?
And we've just got to do that. Darn it.
Put your faith in the light.
Darn it. Gonna lose like crazy.
Job's done.
Let's watch this kill at least two of those guys. Next we have on Steam Evoland Legendary Edition. Now I'm not sure, I don't already own Evoland, so I'm not sure if there's any difference for the Legendary Edition versus the previous versions. So maybe I'd have to buy this game a second time, or maybe I haven't purchased it at all. I'm gonna have to do that research. In the meantime, I guess it goes to the follow list, and I'll look at it. I'll look at it and see if I already own Evoland, if it's on my wish list. If the regular version of Evoland is on my wish list and I haven't bought it yet, I'll take that off and put Legendary Edition on it. Assuming Legendary Edition actually is just a better version of Evoland. A lot of research. I spend way too much time researching video games instead of playing video games. Alright. I think we can leave the rest for Monday. So, yeah. Let me just sit here for a moment and go through the bits of news that aren't just games on Steam. Gamatsu has an article, Ugly Dolls, An Imperfect Adventure has been announced for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. The new game is based on an upcoming animated film. Let's see. It is coming out, the animated film is coming out May 3rd. It's from Outright Games. I assume that this is a worldwide release. We can give a quick peek of what I guess the animated film looks something like this, and the game will look something like that. So that's slightly interesting. Gematsu has an article. Altair Lua launches May 21st in North America and May 24th in Europe. Another Altair game. It will be launched for the PS4, Switch, and PC in North America. The Altair series seems like it is growing in popularity, or they're just publishing a lot of them as some kind of shopkeeping RPG sort of style game. The Western release is coming out 2 months after the Japanese release. I'm not sure the Altair series is really going to gain popularity though in the West. TechRaptor has an article. Valve expanded Steam multiplayer server and relay networks to non-Valve games. So this is a move to keep third-party games as safe and usable as their own titles by making Steam multiplayer servers and relay networks available to developers. I assume this probably means you still have to pay for something though, and it will stop or lower the chance of getting DDoS'd in your multiplayer games. The libraries have been made to developers also happen to be open source, allowing developers to make changes and iterations to tweak or improve their usage of the network. This might really boil down to it is the technology that they released open source, but not the actual server time or processing power, because that seems like that would be crazy. But also it might just be a good way to get people to come to Valve versus something else, going to Epic Store or something. Gamasutra has an article. Get a job. PlayStation is hiring a senior esports manager in San Mateo, California. Gearbox Corporec is hiring a back-end server programmer. If you're going to work in Quebec, though, you better speak French and English. TechRaptor has an article. Phoenix Point delayed until September. I'm not sure what Phoenix Point is, though. It's like an XCOM inspired game. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. Nintendo unable to verify Piranha Plant save deletion bug in Smash Ultimate. Apparently there were reports that if you had your save was getting corrupted, but Nintendo says they can't verify it. Gematsu has an article. An exclusive, they say. P-Cube and Art.co announce a visual novel, Kotodama, the 7 Mysteries of the Fujisawa, for PS4, Switch, and PC. So, okay. That's cool. It's coming to PC, Steam in 2019. And no more information really about that. I feel like some of these we've talked about. Gamasutra has an article. The Exapunks dev creates a 400-page behind-the-scenes design book. That might be interesting if you're into Exapunks. Gamasutra has an article. Disney says its future video game efforts lie in licensing, not publishing. Which, that's pretty obvious. I mean, they got out of the publishing business completely. GameIndustry.biz has an article. We've probably covered it all now, but shares slump for big 4 publishers after the latest financials. Take-Two and EA suffer the most, but analyst maintains the game industry is still in rude health, which I guess means bad health and not good health. We already talked about that. Gamasutra has an article. EA has a subscription service for, quote, another major platform in the works. That'll be interesting when there's actually any information to report about that, but right now GameIndustry.biz has an article. Zynga turnaround is now complete as dev posts record mobile performance for 2018. Okay. Let's see. Gamasutra has Yagdra Union Will Never Fight Alone is coming to smartphones this spring in Japan. Sounds like it's a 2006 release Game Boy Advance tactical RPG. It's coming to iOS and Android. Interesting. So somebody wanted to make some more money on a really old game. We're almost done here. Destiny Connect has a second trailer on Gamatsu. Destiny Connect is a nostalgic RPG due out March 4th in Japan. And it's a Nippon Ichi Software game. It's coming out for the PS4 and Switch March 14th. Maybe it comes to the West, maybe not. A lot of them don't. Let's see. Yee's Memory of Celceta coming to the PS4 on May 16th in Japan. That has a good chance. Well, it's already out, I guess, for the Steam. So why is it interesting that it would come to Steam first and then go to PS4? That's really, really weird. It's almost always the opposite. We have TechRaptor has an article. Respawn Entertainment planning a quote premium Titanfall game for 2019, which there was very conflicting information here, because even in this article they're saying the lead producer Drew McCoy was quoted as explicitly stating that Respawn was not working on a Titanfall 3, so maybe they aren't working on Titanfall 3, but they're working on some kind of premium Titanfall game. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article. Disgaea for smartphones has been officially titled Disgaea RPG. Pre-registration is now available in Japan. So, yeah. That I'm not sure how many of these mobile games really are coming to the West. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if none of them comes to the West. We already talked about this, but TechRaptor has the article. Battlefield 5 underperforms and EA blames single player for it. So that's a different way to translate what was said. And still somewhat accurate. And Crow Team is looking for a C++ programmer, a 3D character animator artist senior, and a hard surface modeler. And so they've got like 3 jobs. I'm not sure where Crow Team is, you'd have to look it up. GameIndustry.biz has an article. 20th Century Fox announces an indie games fund. We already talked about this though. Come on, like one more thing. And we talked about this too, but Steam TechRaptor has an article. Steam video changes will include video removal. Steam video. As of January 8th, 2019, the requirements for distributing video content on Steam have changed. Video content should be directly related to game, accessory content for games sold on Steam, accessory content for software sold on Steam, or a Steam 360 video. But apparently they're also working on some other things, and they're going to just try and make some changes. But I doubt Steam Video is going to be a YouTube type platform or anything like that. But I could see them getting more licensing deals and trying to publish more content. Certainly, I could certainly have seen, like, if you got the licensing deals for all the anime possible, and that let kids buy anime on Steam without their parents really knowing what they're buying, that would probably sell pretty well. But that's about as far as I think it would go. Cartoons and anime alongside video games. I don't think you get into movies and regular TV. And I don't think you get to the point where it's uploaded software, uploaded YouTube type content. Alright, well, I'm at the Humble store. It doesn't look like there's any new Humble Bundle. If there is, we'll talk about it later. That's going to be it for this stream. Thank you for watching. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wish list. Thank you for watching. Have a good